Okay, I'm here. Hello, guys. I'm sorry, I look so weird with the whole headphones on and stuff. But I'm here. Hi. I'm also sorry if my camera looks a little bit weird because yeah, I don't know what's going on, but um yeah, I added this new software called Camo. It's called. Ah,
Romantic face. Thanks Abig Guy for subscribing with Prime. Hello,
romantic
how is
face.
it going today?
I'm good, big guy. Thank you so much. I'm happier now that you've resubscribed. I'm doing good. I took a shower. Sorry, I'm gonna check my phone. My Duolingo is notifying me, but yeah, I'm so glad to be here again. I'm sorry if I wasn't feeling it last time. I don't know what's wrong with me. But yeah, I took a shower. I did clean up today. But I didn't shower my hair because it's too fucking long. But yeah, I just wanna thank you so much. I just want to say thank you. I think I forgot saying thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing, big guy. And what the hell? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? I'm kidding now. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know what I'm doing today. Other than watching YouTube videos usually. There's a lot of drama today. I think one of them dramas is yeah, I have been. I don't have that much people. I'm sorry. I'm not affiliate. And I still I'm kidding. No. I'm enjoy. I should be having fun doing this. And I am. So, I really appreciate you being here, big guy, and to everyone else who've been chatting, making me feel less alone. Um, I do appreciate that so much. I don't think I'll never end. I don't think I'll end. I don't think I'll ever end. I don't think I'll ever stop sending my appreciation because yeah, because I am. I really am. And it will probably sound a little bit of cringe after a while, but yeah, eat it up, bitch. You chose this. Anyway, I just yeah, I just want to start with some videos on YouTube if you guys don't mind. Um, like that. Oh no, what happened to Mr. Beast? You know what I was saying? Oh my god, I hope Mr. Beast doesn't do anything like I really hope. I really hope that yeah. Yeah. But even though I don't like the dude, I'm not really into the dude, you know? Like ugh. But anyway, yeah, what's happening to Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast. Yeah, let's see.
Mr. Beast has just been exposed in a
Oh
viral
my god,
video.
I don't think it's. Is it loud? Nah, I don't think it's loud. Let me just adjust my thing because I could see it on the side.
Mr. Beast has just been exposed in a viral video and it is getting bad. So last time we talked about
Oh, viral video. What viral video? I want to see that
the Chris
viral
Tyson
video.
situation where Mr. Beast's childhood friend Chris was exposed for talking to minors in very weird ways and being a PDF file. But it turns out Jimmy also has plenty of skeletons in his closet. A recent video by Dogpack404 has gone viral titled, "I worked for Mr. Beast and he's a fraud," with some serious allegations made towards Mr. Beast. Some of them include
Oh no, Mr.
faking
Beast.
his videos, promoting gambling to children, conducting illegal lotteries, rigging games and videos which involve millions of dollars in prize money, which is also a crime, not giving out the prizes that he promises, false advertising, exploitation, and a whole lot of stuff, right? And the thing is, this video did not even show up in the YouTube search bar for several days, despite having 200k views, which is seriously suspicious and very much looks like a shadow ban. So let's get into this video, break this down, starting with the allegation that Mr. Beast is faking videos.
Also, if what we had to film was scripted, you know, because what we do is non-scripted, so you have to plan for a bunch of variables that you can't control, blah, blah. If what we did was scripted, holy shit, this stuff would be easy to pump out.
Have you ever...
Hello? Like, yeah, it's easy to pump those shit out.
faked a video?
No.
But this train track is CGI, these bus wheels are CGI, this explosion is fake, this shredder is CGI, this car is digitally lifted, this pit is fake, this guy is fake, this raccoon is a paid actor, this island costs more than $1, this city is not abandoned, these buildings are CGI, but it's not your only way out. You can literally get an Uber to the airport for $20. That's not a lurker. It's just a guy. This whole room is fake. This contestant is an actor and a secret employee at Mr.
I mean, yeah, that looks fake to me, yeah. That does look fake.
This contestant is an actor and a secret employee at Mr. Beast. They had him dive through this fake door twice. This line is scripted. This action is scripted. In fact, pretty much all the videos with Mac are scripted.
You did it! Yeah! What we did was scripted. Holy shit, this stuff would be easy to pump out.
Okay, so that was a really quick montage of stuff that Mr. Beast is fake, and I think it's pretty obvious to most adults watching that Mr. Beast is faking his videos, and he clearly lies about it, because every video has those incredibly high stakes all up into the end, and obviously Mr. Beast spends millions of dollars on his videos, so he's not going to pick somebody who like quits in 2 minutes, or he's not going to make the challenge end in 2 minutes. He's purposely going to manipulate the events, manipulate the contestants, so that they're not going to quit halfway, and it's going to be neck and neck all the way up till the end for that retention. Now, the most damning allegation here has to be this guy called Mac, right? So Mac was made out to be this random person that is trying so hard to win these challenges, and everyone is emotionally invested in his success. Well, it turns out, in reality, he's just a Mr. Beast employee living in a mansion, and he purposely stalls out the videos to make it intense.
Let's talk about Mac for a second.
We will die. Do you understand that?
I found public records showing that Mac moved from California to Greenville, North Carolina, where Jimmy is located, back in August 2023, 2 months before he appeared as a contestant. According to a former Mr. Beast employee, this is around the time when Mac started working full-time on the editing team at Mr. Beast. Also, he didn't just move into any old house, he moved into a $1 million mansion. His 6,000 square foot $1 million mansion comes with a movie theater and 7 bathrooms.
What are you gonna spend the $800,000 on?
I mean, my life's changed now.
Yeah, I'm sure that $800,000 is really gonna change your life.
Max is a nice car.
Tell me, where are we right now?
We're in the place that we drove to a few minutes ago.
Mac, let's cut the shit here. What have you been doing for like the last year?
A lot of family stuff.
What kind of family stuff?
Just like, you know, playing catch with my dad, you know.
For a year? How do you make money?
Okay, so this is pretty much confirmed that Mac is an employee, meaning if he wins or loses a challenge is pre-planned out by Mr. Beast. And Mr. Beast is artificially introducing these stakes in the video, and you might be saying, oh well, he's doing it for entertainment, to entertain the viewer, who actually cares? Well, then you shouldn't be saying that your videos aren't fake because you're lying to your audience. And this leads to several other ethical issues, because when you introduce contestants that you aren't paying, right? And you get together sort of random people or YouTubers who are not part of your bullshit pre-decided scheme, then they are actually getting tricked because they're going into these challenges thinking they can actually win $1 million, but they can't because you're controlling everything behind the scenes, and the odds are not fair and are heavily stacked in the favor of one of your friends or one of your employees and shit like that. And yeah, that's obviously messed up. Now, Dogpack goes on to show Mr. Beast even fakes his own challenges, like, you know, being stranded at sea.
During this time lapse on the 4th day of 7 days stranded at sea, you can clearly see there's no one in the shelter. These are their empty beds. But after a hard cut, magically 5 people are awake, and 2 of the boys have bright yellow raincoats that they didn't have when it rained on day 2.
And after standing the whole night, completely soaked.
You didn't spend the night soaked, Jimmy. You slept on the production yacht. It's ironic because this is one of the videos where they claim that they don't fake things.
But no, we have to be the real channel that doesn't fake things.
In this video, this wink was added in post. In fact, 58 was actually on the far opposite side of the room from 42, and he just didn't hear him. This whole revenge storyline was added in post. Multiple shots show how timers are edited in post. Timers are edited in post. Timers are edited in post. They also manipulated contestants' audio in post.
We got 15 minutes.
In general, if anything happens last second, it's fake. Or if you can hear someone's voice but can't see their mouth, the audio could easily be added in post.
I literally think I'm gonna kill.
Okay, so this is pretty good evidence that he's found, and honestly, I'm okay with the CGI and stuff. I understand you need that for visuals, but making people say things that they didn't say, that is just completely fake. And you know, editing timers and stuff, I mean, you can do that or whatever if it's a TV show and stuff, but don't say it's real then. And faking your own challenges is all.
It's like pretending to be like what do you call this? Philanthropist.
Obviously just pathetic because, you know, when Mr. Beast would supposedly spend 24 hours or 72 hours buried underground or whatever, I had a little hope in my heart that, okay, at least those are real, right? And Mr. Beast was so insistent that they were all real, but I remember in the back of my head, I was like, oh, Mr. Beast is such a busy person, such a CEO, hyper optimizing everything, and he's gonna spend 3 days buried underground or some stupid shit. So obviously I was right there, and these challenges aren't real. He's probably just, you know, filming that part, instantly getting out, chilling outside or whatever. But I'm surprised that everybody has gone on with it. Like all these friends and all these employees, not one person had a peep out of them. Maybe he's making them sign NDAs or whatever, but I'm surprised.
That's true. There could be a lot. I mean, I'm not calling Mr. Beast out as a I guess I'm calling him out as a YouTuber, sure. But maybe he was a good person, you know, inside, you know. Or maybe he just knows how to play the whole game. Ooh.
It actually took this long, and I knew he'd be exposed by somebody close to him, like a former employee. But yeah, man, this is the downfall of Mr. Beast starting right now.
I mean, it's not like he's ever rigged the results of a challenge. That would be impossible because he films with hundreds of random subscribers, right? Wrong. Let's look at this video. Not only were the results of this video completely scripted, but the contestants are not random subscribers.
So many people had jobs.
Oh, that contestant had to get out for her job? I guess you forgot she's your hiring manager. I actually recognize a lot of people in this video, including Jimmy's own girlfriend. So yeah, the random subscribers you see in challenges are actually never random. They're almost always.
Oh wow, they even have a Slack. Wow. Hey Beats fam, just sending out my monthly reminder that we are actively taking new applications for contestants, so send to friends and family. We are putting a big focus on replenishing our local database. Yay! So not only are they keeping, like, would it, Sorry, I'm not gonna say anything.
Always local to Mr. Beast, and oftentimes friends and family of Mr. Beast employees, or just the employees themselves. And when they do pull someone from outside of North Carolina, it's usually somebody who's in the industry, who's camera trained, who has built a following. And what's even worse is that the results of this video were completely scripted. According to a former Mr. Beast employee, it would have been a PR problem.
Were the results of any videos rigged in 100 boys versus girls? We were told it would be a PR problem if the boys won by a lot. Also, we didn't have enough girls to film, so several Mr. Beast employees stepped in for the video, but most had to get out almost immediately, so production was told to get more boys out to make it closer. Uy, Allah. Also, at the end, when we divided the circles into 10 parts, I don't know what's this, but I'm assuming it's from the video, like they were producing the video. There was a shift change of the people monitoring the contestants. After that, I noticed no more girls got out, so I think the results were pretty much rigged. Okay.
If the boys had won by a lot. And because so many of the female contestants were Mr. Beast employees who got out immediately, production stepped in to actually make the results of the challenge closer. You can actually see some of this happen on camera, like when Jimmy pays one of the boys $10,000 to leave, which is twice as much as the actual prize money.
All right, so essentially everything is fabricated. See, the problem here is that this stuff is borderline illegal. Because, you know, what if I'm one of the contestants?
Yeah, like that's what I was thinking. Like, even with like from the very tiny factors of like regulation, like even if you're like a business that like, I think it's called ARPA or something, or not ARPA, but it has something to do with collecting in customers' information. Like, I'm not sure in the US. I guess it depends on where you're at, but like just that very idea alone of like collecting customers info, the database, forming up like information where people could actually like use that for other purposes than it's supposed to be. Yeah, isn't that like, yeah, isn't that like illegal? And yeah, I think what he's gonna be trying to point out here, this Pegasus dude, he's gonna point out the regulations between like doing this sort of like competitions. Usually, like, I'm not sure in the United States if it varies by state, but in some places they would need to be like, they'd always need some sort of identifier to ensure that they wouldn't be able to like basically take advantage. And yeah, just like they said at the beginning, this wouldn't be all, this would have been fine if there was that big note there that, oh, this is just this is for entertainment purposes. We use effects, employees, and props for this scene. Do not recreate. So like just a disclosure, you know.
That actually wasn't bought and paid for, right? I imagine at least one out of these 100 person is like an actual real person here, right? And not just friends and family. So what if I'm here spending 3 days and nights here trying to win some money, and I'm taking a break from work or whatever, and then I get eliminated and I'm like, oh damn, I did.
Actually, a lot of people have come out regarding the inhumane and yeah, I think I've seen this yesterday while I was watching outside the stream. I don't think I was watching in the stream, but yeah, because yeah, there was this, okay, they will beat, okay
Can win. But then I realized after watching this video that the other 90% of the contestants are just your friends, your girlfriend, your whatever the heck, and they were going to win anyways. And you're scamming the legit people who came there to win some money. That
yeah.
is
Yeah, like that doesn't feel right in it. Like, to make it sound like it's a sweep, like some sort of like, oh, are you gonna win this with your strength, choo, but in the end they're all like, yeah, they made it up.
some really scummy behavior. And I gotta take the L here, guys. You guys remember Rosanna Pansino? She was this YouTuber who has been calling out Mr. Beast on Twitter for faking his hide and seek challenge. And she essentially said that she was supposed to place maybe like second place in the hide and seek or something like that. And, you know, everyone was like, oh, you're being petty. Who cares? Who actually cares, right? And I even criticized her before. But after looking into it a little bit more, she was right. If she thought she could actually, you know, win some money there, or thought it was legit, and Mr.
Yeah, I hope he
Beast
covers
is
her
rigging
up,
the results or
'cause,
whatever.
yeah.
Somebody actually broke the rules of the challenge and stuff, and they weren't called out, but she was actually eliminated. And I've defended him a lot of times against people who would criticize his charity and stuff, but there is just overwhelming evidence now that shows Jimmy is shady as F. So I'm gonna apologize. I'm sorry, Rosanna. But anyways, moving on to Mr. Beast's real-time video, which I knew what, like, that was the instant one where I was texting people like, this is fake. This, like, there's no way.
This is a real-time video, meaning that time elapses the same in the video as it does in real life. Now immediately the intro is sped up, and the timer is clearly added in post, and he clearly touches the laser here, but whatever, let's assume that it's all real time. When he reaches the bottom floor, he has to turn these water valves. Now you can tell that these valves aren't actually connected to anything because the water flows out in an instant, and it happens when he's not even touching the valve. The contestant also goes back to the first valve unaware that anything had happened, and he's still able to spin it. So the valve seems to spin freely and isn't actually connected to the flow of water. So you could assume that producers might be off camera with remote switches to trigger the flow of water. And assuming they've tested this, the producers might know how long it takes for the water to clear out of the room, so they can sort of decide on the fly how many turns of the valve it takes, or just when to trigger the water in general to make the results close. And in traditional media, this kind of rigging is actually completely illegal.
On any kind of a game show where there is a prize.
Boom, ratatat, tat, 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 tat. Boom, tat, 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 tat. See, I told you, it's not allowed. So
you have to have,
if you guys didn't know that, you learned that from me. Information.
somebody that ensures that it's fair. They are out there essentially to make sure that we don't do something that would favor one player or one tribe.
I paid the one guy who knew how to solve them to leave.
They came to my area many times, and I was in the smallest cupboard.
Okay, so pretty much every video that ends at 0.001 seconds before finishing, and it's like super close, obviously it's fake, and MrBeast has fabricated that for you, making the video more interesting. Because in reality, it would probably end like 5 minutes before and randomly, and that would just be lame with no tension. Pretty sure this is not following the law, so MrBeast needs Saul Goodman ASAP, because if any of these people decide to, sue MrBeast, they are going to win. They are going to win. You can prove a lot of this stuff with the evidence this guy's used in this video. So anyways, moving on to the one bad part of this guy's video. This should probably have been left out. He basically says the banner on MrBeast's channel, the subscribe for a cookie, is manipulative, which it's a bit of a stretch.
Now, as adults, we can recognize that subscribe for a cookie is a joke. It's not a real offer, but again, MrBeast's audience is primarily children who may have authorities in their life that actually use sweet treats or video game detention.
Yeah, I feel like he just added
as
that for the
forms of
fucking
reinforcement,
runtime.
and you aren't born understanding sarcasm.
Okay, just gonna be fair here. That is a bit of a weak point, but it doesn't invalidate all the other points in this video like some people were saying. This guy has made a shit ton of good points in this video, right? I get the context he's going for because there is a lot of subtle manipulation of children going on here, especially with subscribe and you win 10,000.
Yeah, general audience content. Like content that was made for like a general audience. I think I'm
$1,000, and it's actually just buying a lottery ticket essentially for 7-year-olds. PewDiePie has also called this out before. Keep in mind he's reacting to a Darman video, but it applies to the MrBeast one as well, which is why it's edited like that.
If you guys want to win a brand new PS5, all you have to do is subscribe to my channel.
I can't believe people are still doing fucking giveaways.
that's like, oh my god.
Holy
I thought that Darman was acting, but I guess it's real.
It's so annoying. 10 years of YouTube, people are still like buying subs for this shit.
Over the next 7 days, I'm gonna be giving 1,000 random
Buy one sub, you get a chance to have a date with me. I'm kidding, no, don't. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, Twitch guidelines. Yada yada. I didn't mean to be real with that. I'm just kidding.
people that subscribe.
That's
a
not
free
real.
Samsung Galaxy S24.
How is this legal? I don't get it. All you have to do is subscribe to the channel.
All you have to do to enter to win one of these phones is subscribe.
It's a scam. Holy shit.
Okay, so PewDiePie is completely right there in saying that it's mostly a scam. The problem with these sort of giveaways is that it's
you're the
extremely
winner
shady,
already.
and it's never sort of confirmed that who's actually getting all the stuff, and it's never properly announced. First off, MrBeast is never losing money, all right? He's like making an insane profit.
Yeah, he's making money from his old videos. Even the moment he uploads them, they're gonna be just accumulating views. And some of those views will either be from premium or from advertisements. And let's go again to advertisements. Most advertisers or business people want to advertise to a general audience. They don't like introducing any sort of, that's why these sort of stuff are big, like public relations. It's gonna affect like a certain brand. The moment they just get called out for something like that, Sorry, let's just
Every
keep
single
playing it.
time when he does one of these, like, buy my merch for a chance to win X amount of money. Like, the merch sales will always make more money. It's kind of like gambling at the casino. The house never loses, right? It is always rigged so that you will be the one who's losing money.
For those of you who are just joining, if you buy one of our limited edition 40 mil special shirts, we're celebrating 40 million subscribers with a really big video, then we will sign that shirt, and some of them will get random prizes like this.
46 illegal.
Best estimates 1,284. Okay, why is your fucking head in the
lotteries.
fucking?
These lotteries are also run poorly. Multiple times they would say something like, buy in the next 5 minutes for a chance to win. And then 7 minutes later go, actually, the newest order in 30 seconds is gonna win.
In 5 minutes, we're gonna do the same thing again. We're gonna put $1,000 in a random order. Hey, Daryl, don't we owe someone $1,000?
We do.
Yeah, so, all right.
Yeah, that was sus. Like staring at him, had to take a few seconds in it to like, oh, you're gonna lie.
So the newest order, in 30 seconds, we are gonna put $1,000 in your
26. Oh, okay.
package. We're gonna break neutral.
When there was just no way they were ever even close to losing money on this stream.
That is true. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, everything. Like, why can't people just generally take, like, the moment someone runs a sweepstakes or anything that has something to do with luck, the person that is actually like organizing the whole thing is actually the one winning. Usually, as far as I've noticed in Australia, there are some of those sweepstakes that like they put all of the profits towards charities and all that shit. They're not really like, sure, you may win a 4 million house, all that bullshit, but like the profit, they say the profit always goes to like charities and all that stuff. But yeah, like to anyone who's listening, yeah, basically the moment you hear this sort of shit, like getting the chance to win, like get the chance to win, in the end the person behind the contest or whatever's going on, they're always gonna win. Sorry, let me just keep playing.
5 hours, they gave away about $50,000 worth of stuff and sold over 50,000 t-shirts.
Wow, 60. Wow.
Selling these t-shirts at $42 each, profit margin would be about $22.
Yeah, if you go to like AliExpress, you can. There's a lot of like wholesale brands there, basically allowing you to purchase like a large quantity, basically wholesale. And yeah, they could even print the whole thing for you. That's how drop shipping works. Sorry, that's just.
But even if they were making like $1 per shirt, they would still be fine. Also, by my estimates, only 1 in every 1,600 orders actually won a prize. And I guarantee he has real-time analytics on his laptop. He knows they make more money every time he says, oh my God, guys, we're giving away so much stuff. We're not even gonna make a profit. It's insane that he can flip these massively profitable illegal lotteries targeted towards children as an act of generosity.
Honestly, really good points here. I'm really shocked that actually took this long for someone to call Mr. Beast out on these things. Instead of calling him out for charity, which is completely idiotic, this is the sort of stuff we need to be.
I think people knew. I think a lot of people. I think there's a number of people that actually knew it all along, but they didn't say anything because of how big this dude is. This dude can stomp you like a fucking cockroach. If you talk about him, like imagine that sort of power. Like he can actually convince large enterprises with like billions of dollars to like make a video, like make a game show about him, like about yada yada. So yeah. Like people knew. I'd say people knew. Like I've noticed myself. Like I've always said I'm not really into him. I'm not into him. but I never say anything else, right? But I'm not into him and why I'm not into him. And yeah, obviously.
Talking about, because this is somehow getting past the legality, right? Because this is on YouTube,
Like the
and
gray
all of the
line, yeah.
stuff he's doing is pretty much illegal if he was.
So that's another gray line for the internet then. So maybe it's time for the internet to be considered as some sort of like broadcasting medium, I guess. But obviously that would cause a lot more issues, especially to smaller creators that are trying to make a living doing this whole thing. But yeah, that's like it's really interesting that they're being called out like this. In the end, it's all about like how the internet is still growing. The internet is still not at its, I would say, this is just a personal opinion, but I think the internet still has a long way to go. Like, because obviously, like, things like these, we couldn't even, like, yeah. Are they supposed to be controlled, or are they supposed to be regulated? Sorry, that's the keyword. Are they supposed to be regulated, or are they just supposed to be free out there? And that applies to everything, unfortunately. Like the worst bits of society and the best.
Was doing it on TV or traditional media, even on YouTube, it's a weird gray line. Okay, so I don't know if any lawyers watching, you want to go ahead and investigate this. When you promise the audience that, oh, next person that buys it in 5 minutes wins $10,000, and then you nonchalantly say, whoops, changing that, actually the next person in the next 2 minutes, like you're just changing the rules every single time. What about the person who specifically bought after 5 minutes after you said, just to try and win some money or whatever? They obviously got scammed, right? Now, it's very loosey-goosey, as you can say, but this is why it's in that legal gray zone, right? Anyways, this next part doesn't have as good evidence as the rest of the video because it's just Reddit, but it's a bunch of people essentially saying that they got scammed by Mr. Beast.
Reading all of this, okay, this is from Holiday Chicken on Reddit. Let's read it just for the sake of entertainment and passing the time, because I don't know what to do. But okay. Reading all this really upsets me because I spent money I honestly didn't know I didn't have for 5 shirts at different times during the live when they said things like this: buy now and you will get price/money. And I have received 2 orders and nothing but shirt, both with NB, and one with a heart and one with a smiley. I was hoping for at least a couple things for Christmas for my family. Oh shit.
They either didn't get their prizes or they were tricked into spending money or something like that.
They only signed large.
I noticed when they started adding money to the shirts, it was only the large shirts. So I bought a large one. Haha, I did the same thing. I'll probably just sell it later on. Another observation that I had after watching hours of the stream is they're only signing large and XL shirts. I was observing the sizes on their IG live and I've never seen a size small shirt signed. Even Carl mentioned to order a large size shirt instead. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that is sus.
T-shirts. So when they selected an order to give a prize, it was apparently always a large or extra large t-shirt. They kept saying things like buy in the next 15 minutes for a chance to win and then not honoring it. Multiple people claiming that their name was read to win a prize and
I won a PS4 through YouTube comments and I have not been contacted by Mr. Beast. I won in the 24-hour stream and Mr. Beast didn't give me anything. I tried to contact his team so many times and they just ignore my messages. I found other people who won and the game is happening for them. If you win online, they might just ignore it and forget about you. Look at it yourself. Yeah, this is way. This is wow. I wouldn't like. Yeah, I guess this is just like I wouldn't call it illegal, but you'd classify unethical. I think is the key word. Unethical as hell. Like it's good that it's good that it's coming out now, because obviously some people like this dude has tried exposing them, but obviously he didn't. Yeah, because of how big this Jimmy dude is.
They never
Jimmy,
received
Jimmy,
it.
Jimmy! Oh my God, Jimmy. Speaking of Jimmy, I have a song that I love this song from Lana Del Rey. Oh no, does it have Jimmy? Oh, no, never mind. Let's just
This
play it
person is
first.
still tweeting about it to this day. Reading all this really upsets me because I spent money I honestly didn't have for 5 shirts at different times during the live when they said things like buy now and you will get prize or money. And I received 2 orders and nothing but shirt, both with MB and one with a heart and one with a smiley. I was hoping for at least a couple things for Christmas for my family. And obviously people can lie on the internet, but a lot of people are independently claiming the same things.
Okay, so I know some people might say that, well, if you're stupid enough to spend money on this, you deserve to lose it. But, you know, think about it, right? It's probably some kids who are just begging their parents.
Yeah, there's a percentage. I wouldn't say a large amount of them, but think about like a child asking for Robux. Like I had a niece who kept asking me for Robux. And I gave in. I gave in. Like I gave in. Like, do you have Robux? Do you have Robux? Do you have Robux? Or V-Bucks. I think that's what they call it on Fortnite. V-Bucks. Do you have some V-Bucks? Can I buy some V-Bucks? Can I buy this? Can I buy that? I think it's the same for I've like when I was working for this family motel, yeah, one of their kids, like he was like, Mommy, I want to buy this skin from what do you call this? What game is that with the soccer? I think I forgot the game. I forgot the game. The soccer game with the soccer ball. Shit. Oh my God. Rocket League. That's it. Rocket League. Um, it's funny.
To buy this merch, right, for a chance to win their money, and then the parents are not really looking into it that much. Oh, my kid wants to buy some Mr. Beast merch and, you know, can possibly win some money. Just go do it, right? And then they get disappointed when they didn't get what they expected. And that one guy mad about it for, what, 883 days? Absolute legend. That guy is gonna haunt your grave, Jimmy. Now, this next part,
Jimmy.
Somebody actually forges Mr. Beast's signature on stream. And that was, like, one of the reasons people were buying the merch, to get a signed Mr. Beast jacket or shirt or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's just fraud, isn't it? I don't know.
So here's a clip of Tyler forging, or not, maybe not forging, using Mr. Beast's signature. So Tyler signs MB, which is Mr. Beast's signature. Then he covers it, signs his own initials, TC, smirks, looks around, and then quickly slides the shirt away. Could you make it any more obvious? You know, you don't accidentally have someone else's signature as muscle memory.
Hey! MB, Mr. Beast. So this is Mr. Beast's signature.
No way, this one was signed by Mr. Beast. It's just got the MB, but that means it's signed by Mr. Beast. That's obviously his, Mr. Beast. This is so cool.
Even Tariq notices Tyler slip up and immediately looks into the camera, looks guilty, and then readjusts his body and rubs his hands together. Also,
Allah, say Allah.
Beast, this is so
guilty, and then readjusts his body and rubs his hands.
So this, oh wow.
Together. Also, Mr. Beast said during the live stream that this is the last time he'd ever sign anything, and that was just a lie.
Don't worry, guys. Mr. Beast is just too busy faking videos and defending Chris Tyson to actually sign his own hoodies that his fans are buying. This is so flippin' scummy. Now every signed Mr. Beast item is worthless because it could just be somebody else forging your shit. So this is a really, really bad look, right? Now we gotta talk about Feastables, right? I remember Mr. Beast saying that this was a healthy chocolate bar with only 4 ingredients, right? And then this doofus changed it into the same diabetes-causing bullshit that every other chocolate brand seemingly does and loaded it with sugar. This absolutely sucks.
I wanted to just make a better for you snack brand because I think a lot of the stuff out there is just terrible for you.
Because obviously so much obesity and disease comes from the stuff we eat.
Now in 2024,
F off. It's about the consumption, not the fucking...
Mr. Beast changed the formula again to where it has mostly the same ingredients as Hershey's and even more sugar and more calories per bar. And this initial ad for Feastables where he calls it healthy is still getting millions of views a month. Like, Mr. Beast is bringing hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of new people to the candy aisle, whether he wants to admit it or not.
People are just walking to the chocolate aisle and instead of buying Hershey's, buying Feastables. Like, people who never would have bought chocolate in Walmart are walking to the chocolate aisle specifically to buy Feastables.
Wow. Yeah, and you're making them fat. Oh my
Exactly. I'm bringing new customers to the aisle.
I'm bringing non-obese people to the chocolate aisle. What a hero, Mr. Beast. Also, 30 grams of sugar per bar. Dude, that's almost as much as a Coca-Cola can. What the freak? Do not...
Yeah, and Coca-Cola tastes better.
Buy this absolute dog shit that he's calling a health food. FYI, I really hate sugar. Sugar nearly ruined my life, all right? Part of the reason I nearly died a couple of years ago from health issues was sugar. So when someone like Mr. Beast claims to release something healthy, tricking everyone into buying it, and then changing it back into something extremely unhealthy, even more unhealthy than the brand he's constantly shitting on, Hershey's, that is some sinister shit, okay?
Yeah.
So, I don't know, bro. F you,
the moment they turn into like a corporation with these fucking ideas in their fucking head that are just made to make money. It's not actually helping others. It's not actually there to solve some sort of like, I don't know, like ESG, like ESG. Let's search what that means, because I kind of forgot. Environmental, social, and governance. Like knowing that you're fucking someone of like a big, knowing that you can make that sort of impact to like a number of people, like Mr. Beast. What the hell, Jimmy,
I'm done defending this guy, all right? I'm actually mad. I've made like 50 videos defending this guy. All right, next time you get called out for your shit, you're on your own, all right? In fact, I'm going to be calling you out. By the way, guys, there's actually some leaks where allegedly Mr. Beast was part of the Discord where Chris Tyson was sharing his prawn with minors, all right? So yeah, that's very interesting, Jimmy. So we'll be discussing that next video. Anyways, Dogpack has left us with this very last ominous sneak peek.
Now be like shocked, like have your hands over your face, like you're as emotional as you can be. So like have your hand reaching for it and then like be like shocked, like you're, yeah.
I love that face.
Now act a little surprised.
I think I need a little bit fat.
Be like really shocked with your mouth open.
Yeah, that is some sociopath shit. But anyways, that's basically it for today. Let me know if this video changed your opinion on Mr. Beast or what you guys thought about it in general. Stay tuned, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
I have this song I would like to dedicate to Mr. Beast, aka Jimmy. It's called sorry, I went to puberty for a second. It's called A&W. Should I don't want to. Okay, I'm gonna hide myself because I'm gonna be embarrassing on the fucking camera if I fucking show myself being a fucking. So this song is for Jimmy, by the way. This is not for any of yous. because Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy. Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy. What have you done, Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy? Oh my god, it's so long. I haven't done a cartwheel since I was 9. I haven't seen my mother in a long, long time. I mean, look at me, look at the length of my hair and my face, the shape of my body. Do you really think I give a damn what I do after years of just hearing them talking? I say I live in Rosemead, really I'm at the Ramada. It doesn't really matter, doesn't really matter. Call him up, come to my bedroom. Ended up we fucked on the hotel floor. It's not about having someone to love me anymore. This is the experience of being an American whore. Call up one, drunk, called up another. Forensic Files wasn't on. Watching Teenage Diary of a Girl, wondering what went wrong. I'm a princess, I'm divisive. Ask me why I am like this. Maybe I just kinda like this. I don't know, maybe I'm just like this. I say I live in Rosemead, really I'm at the Ramada. It doesn't really matter, doesn't really matter. Call him up, he comes home. I don't know over my head, but oh, it's not about having someone to love me anymore. No, this is the experience of being an American whore. From my body. If I told you I was already, really think that anybody would think I didn't ask for it, didn't ask for it. I'll testify, already fuck up my story, and I've some other things too. So many other things you can't believe. Did you know a singer can still be looking like a side piece at 33? Got a charlatan on the back, baby. Puts a shower on while he calls me. Slipping out the back door to talk to me. I'm invisible, look how you hold me. I'm invisible, I'm invisible. I'm a ghost, now look how you hold me now. Anymore. This is the experience of being an American whore. About having someone to love me anymore. Oh, this is the experience of being an American whore. Dude. This is the experience of being an American whore. This is the experience of being an American whore. Whore. You're a whore. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Woo! I'm talking to myself. Okay. Jimmy, Jimmy, Cocoa Puff. Jimmy, Jimmy, ride. Jimmy, Jimmy, Cocoa Puff. Jimmy, get me high. Love me if you love me not. You can be my lie. Jimmy only love me when he wanna get high. Jimmy only want me when he wanna get high. Jimmy only want me when he wanna get high. Jimmy only want me when he wanna get high. Your mom called. I told her you're fucking up big time. Sorry, I had to scream that out. Your mom called. I told her you're fucking up big time. Jimmy, Jimmy, Cocoa Puff. Jimmy, Jimmy, Cocoa Puff. Jimmy, get me high. Love me if you live in love. You can be my light. Jimmy only love me when you wanna get high. Jimmy only want me when you wanna get high. Jimmy only want me when you wanna get high. Jimmy only want me when you wanna get high. Your mom called. I told her you're fucking up big time. Jimmy, you should switch it up. Baby, light it up. Jimmy, if you leave the house, find me in the club. Like Jimmy, if you switch it up, you should light it up. Jimmy, if you leave the house, find me in the club. Your mom called. I called her. You're fucking up big time, but I don't care, baby. I've already lost my mind. Mine. You're fucking up big time. Jimmy, Jimmy, Cocoa Puff. Jimmy, Jimmy, ride. Jimmy, Jimmy, Cocoa Puff. Jimmy, get me high. Love me if you love or not. You can be my light. Jimmy only love me when he wanna get high. Jimmy only love me when he wanna get high. Jimmy only want me when he wanna get high. Jimmy only love me when he wanna get high. Your mom called. I told her you're fucking up big time. Okay, so that's the end of Lana Del Rey's song. Basically, yeah, that's for Mr. Beast, okay? Because his name is Jimmy, so like, you know, I called up his mom. And that's all I say to Mr. Beast. You're fucking up. Big time. Oh my god.
Glowing star, thanks, Juniper Solblum for subscribing, again. X2, kiss mark.
Thank you so much. I'm pretending to be like a winner from a beauty contest. I appreciate you, Junie. Thank you so much. I'm doing well as well. I'm doing great. How are you? Are you doing well? I really appreciate you. I was just singing about Mr. Beast. Because yeah, he fucking up big time. And yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, I guess yeah. I kind of knew it. I was sensing it the whole time. Like, I wasn't watching the dude. Like, I was just like seeing videos from my boyfriend's screen whenever he's watching him. I'm like, yeah, it looks fake. I'm just gonna say it. I'm sorry if you love Mr. Beast, but yeah, I'm calling out Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Okay, so yeah. I don't watch it him either. Yeah. I've been really sus at him ever since. Like, yeah, ever since. Just sus. Sus at the okay. Sorry. And yeah, he's being called out, by the way. He's being called out for well, I wouldn't say they're illegal things, but unethical. Like, there's something there in the ethics of how they're doing whatever shit they're doing. I want to see this. I think this has something to do with the whole crowd strike.
Okay, guys, so we are currently a little northern part of the Iceland. Another great adventure with the super, super beautiful
This is the sort of shit that I like watching, like
nature.
travel shit.
Let's go!
Yes, girl, let's go!
Last day!
Last day!
Park it, dude.
Yeah, they're fun too. Yeah, like, you know, it doesn't have to be nature. It can be cities. It can be anything. That would be fun. And to think about it, there's a lot of places in this world. Still, it would be nice to go on caves, but that's like killing myself, you know, if I go to fucking caves and stream myself on the fucking caves. Like, what if that's the end of me? What if I die? But yeah. There's many places out there, beautiful places, and yeah, like, sis, why would you? Oh, really? Yeah, I want to travel as well. That would be really nice. But maybe I should travel Australia first. Let's stay local. Australia, Oceania. Sis, you can stay in Europe, because, you know. It's, yeah, that's for the future. Like season 1, like that.
Just boo boo boo. Yeah, just do it. Just do it. I mean,
Wait, where is this in Iceland?
okay. Oh no. This is terrible.
Yuki! Are you okay? Oh my god, Yuki!
You fell!
I'm just wondering why they keep walking there, like, sis.
Oh my god!
I'm just gonna assume it's for the content.
Do we have
So,
tissue or anything?
I have tissue. It's not enough to wipe everything that...
Oh my god, look at your bag! This is so bad. This is terrible. But at least your clothes is like a raincoat, right?
yeah, that should be fine. She'll be alright. She'll be right. She'll be right. She'll be right.
It's like getting
That's
in a
what they
bus,
say. She'll be right.
You know? Well,
She'll be right.
as I was
She'll learn.
saying, there was a grocery dude.
That's what we say with. Oh my god, that's what we say when Arnie's like whenever someone like harms themselves and they cry. Eh, it's okay. You learn. You learn.
I was like super happy and super fucking positive.
That's what you get. That's what you get. How? Good job. Good job. Good job. Drink more water.
It's really bad. Ginny's always on the ass.
Yeah, I think this girl has an ass fetish, honestly. Like, I think she would eat ass, honestly. Like, I think she would eat ass. I'm gonna hide myself because I feel embarrassed saying that now. That's kind of embarrassing.
What happened here? Dude, oh my god.
Fuck! Guys!
Yo, holy shit.
Who is Yagi?
This is terrible!
Who is Yagi? Who the fuck is Yagi? I don't know who Yagi is. I'm gonna search that. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna follow. Am I following? Wait, how am I follow? Oh, I am following. Oh, it's so cool that they have some sort of production and all that stuff. Like, I've been always into like, yeah. When I went to high school, one of the schools, well, I went to a high school college sort of thing, so it's like a university as well. It's so complicated, but yeah, it's like a university with like some sort of like programs for high school, and one they have like a broadcasting studio. I've always wanted to like That's really cool. And for them to be able to do that remotely.
Need some help?
Ugh. Like, yeah, sis. They should have I think they should have worn something like boots. Would boots be suitable here? Like, I don't know. I think there's some boots that are also like for walking or something like, yeah. Not good. Not a good outfit for the thing. But obviously I'm just talking.
Just wear your shoe. Yeah.
Some people don't mind that.
Yeah.
괜찮아. 괜찮아. 괜찮아.
Okay. It's okay. We took some nice picture. We did the mud bath. It's all good.
Ginny! Ginny!
That was fun.
I'm just gonna hold. Bro, I'm just gonna hold you, okay?
We're not drunk. Don't do it.
Oh, that's a very good idea. A fucking stick. Who would have known, right? Wowie.
Adventurer.
Also, why does that dude look so angry? Like, I'm sorry. I just have to call that out. Why does he look so mad? Like, he's like, I don't want to be part of this shit. But I guess that's just me. That's just me. Never mind. That's just me.
They're already ruined, so I'm like, whatever. This is our first stop, guys. It's just the beginning of the day.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, we fell. Thank you, sorry.
괜찮아. 괜찮아.
This happens in Iceland. It happens on tours.
Oh. Oh. Basically, he said, 괜찮아. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop that. 괜찮아. I love that fucking shit. I'm sorry. Wow!
Window XP.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Oh my god, we could do a photo shoot there. Oh my god, imagine if you have like a zoom camera, like a zoom lens, you know, and you could like capture that fucking house with just like with you in the subject on it. Imagine if you're like modeling. Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm seeing a whole like fucking like photo shoot idea here. Oh my god. That is so cool.
They even the tiny.
Wow, I like the waterfall. That's cool as well. Can you jump there or something? Like, wow. That's so cool. Oh, look at that. Hello. Hello.
He stared at us. He stared at us. I think Iceland.
That is so beautiful.
Truly amazing. But are you guys excited for Norway now? The next stream is gonna be in Norway. Any Norwegian in chat? Put your hands up.
It's been fun. I enjoyed it. Like,
Yeah, dude, I had so. Usually I travel like by myself, so I had so much fun like spending time with you guys.
Aww.
Alright, guys.
Aww. I didn't know she would. Aww. Yeah, you know, I'm honestly thinking, like, honestly, it's much better if you're traveling alone, especially if you're doing like this sort of things. Like, I mean, she's doing it for a job, really, to think about it. But yeah, it can feel a little bit lonely, but you know what? That's actually good because you're also like exploring the world on your own. I mean, like, just imagine that ability to just do things when you want to do it, you know, rather than like, should I consider like how they're gonna feel, or like, you know, having to think about other people. Oh my god. I've always traveled in groups given how big my family is, but when I moved to Australia and met my partner, we've been starting to like just travel, the two of us. even that one can be a little bit like exhausting, and like, you know, because you have to consider what you both guys want. Like you have to think about like, oh, the like, are you into this sort of shit and all that stuff. So yeah, it comes with its own like, you know, pros and cons either way. I don't know about you guys. Would you rather travel with someone or would you rather travel alone? Because I do like traveling alone just because I want to travel alone just because I want to teach myself. But yeah, I don't know. It's like people don't trust me traveling alone. It's like I honestly and most of the time I'm just in the house, TBH. Like I just go for walks or run around the area, like my suburb, just running, and then yeah, I stay. I get you, cause I think I'm a homebody myself. But yeah, I do want to try traveling alone. I think I kind of like, yeah, not because I want to be alone, but I think I just want to try it myself rather than like having to consider other people around me, like if that makes sense. Like getting out of my safe space.
A simple security update, the kind that usually causes barely a ripple of recognition, instead triggered a worldwide tsunami of technological breakdown. Worldwide, more than 4,000 flights cancelled.
More than 4,000
Your flight has been cancelled.
Even God is telling me not to go Kekshuk.
That sucks.
Hello guys.
I mean, at least that's an extra day, you know.
Dude, the flight got cancelled.
And I hope she didn't pay for it.
So because of that, cannot go to Norway right now. I go to Norway. I arrive in Norway tomorrow morning.
Waddle 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 waddle.
Aww.
Festival time.
Well, we can be friends, Juniper. Don't worry. We're friends now. Look at that doggy! That's so cute, the doggy at the back. Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah. Honestly, like, I think I wouldn't like what's her name? Jeannie. I don't think I'd enjoy doing what Jeannie's doing, like just traveling all around. You'd want to rest every now and then. And I'm assuming she does that. I hope she does that. She takes care of herself. I hope she takes care of herself after all. Like, she needs that. She needs the time to herself. You know? That space where you just... okay, that's good. Unless she's really enjoying the whole streaming thing, I guess. But yeah. For me, I've even like talking on a stream like this, I get exhausted. So I hope she's having fun, if ever, and yeah. If ever she's doing it.
No way,
but yeah,
there are like whole another playground there. They even have a ball that we can wear and that we can fight. We can do the ball fight. It's for kids. Adults can do it too. Okay. Alright guys, I'm team red.
Oh. This is the one where you go. Oma. Ah.
I'll take off the jacket.
Oh.
Okay, let me try again. Yeah?
Yeah, I guess it's yeah. I'd say there are some people who are just adrenaline junkies. I'd call them adrenaline junkies. They always seek the next big thing in whatever they're doing. May it be traveling, you know, like high risk activities. It's yeah, it's crazy. Personally I find it, yeah, like ooh, but to each their own. It's like wanting to climb the Mount Everest. I do want to climb the Mount Everest one day. Get myself like prepared for that. Oh, that's oh my god, that's cool. Hitchhiking. Oh my god, that is cool. I'd love to do that. I'd love to do that, but I think I'm scared because of the fucking hitchhiker killer that I'm seeing on the internet. Like I'm just very scared of that. See, as you could see, I'm a scaredy cat, so I need to be alone. You know, I need to be alone.
Baby. Wait a second, let me help my friend. Can you help me with this? Okay.
Hitch. Oh, that is, yeah, that is a good one. That is smart. Smart one, dive. Oh my god, it's so mean. Do it more, do it more. Oh, ooh. That's fun. Ooh.
Ugh, should I eat salad as a dinner? Oh, what the hell happened to me?
Yeah, I don't agree with having salad on convenience stores.
Or
Big no.
these are microwaved. Butter chicken, tikka masala.
Tikka masala.
Doors are open. They're installing new stuff. I'm sorry. It's closed. It's okay. We stayed there, we checked out today, so we thought, you know, it's maybe okay to use like quick 1 minute microwave. It's okay. Let's eat here. Actual Korean hobos? No! So, I want to eat this, right, but it's cold. How about we make spoon out of this paper?
Good idea. Always grab a fucking spoon of your own. Like a...
Alright, let's see. Is it more? I think it gets stuck though. I think the rice gets a little stuck. Oh my god.
I don't... so shy. Yeah, this is the one of the chat is saying eating that cold is so gross. Yeah, I agree. Like ew. Ugh. Like I would rather not eat or like fucking yeah, honestly, like rather than eating something. Ew, ew. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like I'm just disgusted now. I'm sorry. And they
No,
eat kimchi.
this rice is
Kimchi is
not
good. Kimchi.
How about the chicken though?
I can eat kimchi with just rice.
He's alright. This is life of IRL streamers, guys.
You know what? I have an idea.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. Okay, one sec. I gotta pee before this ends. Okay, I'll be right. Okay, I'm back. Let me just play that really quick.
go get normal food, but we gotta get to the airport soon. So
Why didn't she get food at the airport?
right now we have like what 1 hour. It's not terrible, you know.
Or at the plane?
It's not
But I
that
guess it's expensive at the plane, so that makes sense.
Mhm. I think I'm gonna go rest and then gonna go to airport and then actually gonna go to Norway this time. Thank you, everyone. Have a great rest of your days, guys.
Aw, thank you
No,
so
see you guys
much.
in Norway.
Norway. Norway. I heard it's her birthday or something. Was it yesterday? But yeah, I hope she had fun there. Does any of you have any videos? Ah, it's her birthday yesterday. Yeah, how do you guys celebrate your birthdays? I don't really celebrate my birthday, honestly. Whenever I have my birthday, I just yeah, I just stay home. Oh, you have cake. Yeah, you did have cake for 2 days in a row too. Lucky you. That's okay. All good. You're fine. You're fine, Junie. Outside YouTube, if you have videos outside YouTube, that would work. I'm just looking for. Just don't send me nasty shit like not the. It's
how
gonna
y'all
be
doing
saying
today?
that sort of shit in the middle of the fucking video.
We gotta talk about it.
I'm gonna be so fucking pissed at you if you fucking send me any of those. You senpai, you motherfucker. I'm kidding, but don't, cause I'm gonna get fucking blocked. Okay. And big guy, you better blow the candle I fucking made for you last time. I'd be so fucking pissed if you didn't blow that candle. For real, I'd be so pissed. Like really. If you didn't blow that, I'm gonna be so mad. Just so you know. Anyway. What am I gonna say? What was I saying? Okay, no. Okay. What is this? Video game strike. So, I have no idea what strike. Do you guys have any idea as to what this is? Video game strike. I'm gonna search it. Video game performers go on. Oh, is it the SAG-AFTRA? Oh, this is still going on. I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. I think it wasn't just SAG-AFTRA. It was like a whole. It was for performers in film and media as well. They kind of did the same strikes, but in terms of wages and all that stuff. I guess this is more over AI, I'm assuming. Let's see.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar. How y'all doing today? We gotta talk about a video
I gotta
game
put him on
strike,
full
ladies and
screen.
gentlemen. Now, if you've been following the SAG-AFTRA video game strike, basically effective July 26th at 12:01 a.m., I believe, Pacific Standard Time, then you might understand, well, Muda, is our video game industry going to be more delayed than ever? Now, to give an idea, video games cost a lot of money to make. Video games, as they are developed, take a lot of time to be produced, okay? Now, Grand Theft Auto 6 is a game that I am obviously, like many people, excited for. And Grand Theft Auto 6 has not come out a year or two after Grand
Who's that girl? Who's that girl on his phone? Is that his wife or something?
Theft Auto 5. No, it has come out basically a decade after. Yes, there are entire presidential cycles, world events, that are now happening between a release of a mainstream video game title, okay? Now, obviously, it takes a lot of time because developing a video game involves a serious amount of resources, technical chops,
I mean, that's true.
and some advancements
I'm gonna
that
hide
are
myself again.
industry
I'm gonna do
shattering, at least
something
in
behind the
GTA's
scenes.
case, where it does take a lot of time to come out. Now, obviously, I decided to look through SAG-AFTRA and just make sure if Grand Theft Auto 5 or 6 is not delayed any more than it probably already is supposed to be.
Maybe it
and
is.
according to the SAG-AFTRA people, it is not, okay?
Oh.
That does not mean that games from Activision, like the next Call of Duty or anything else, or maybe Assassin's Creed, or really any other AAA stuff that gets thrown out with professional SAG-AFTRA actors or personnel, isn't actually, delayed or whatever, okay?
So SAG-AFTRA is like SAG-AFTRA is like a what do you call this? What do you call that in terms of like employees? Like what do you call that again? When they have like a community where they could like represent themselves. Um, what do you call that again? I forgot the term for it. Um, a union, yeah, a union. That's what it's called. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what this is. Like they're like a union of performers. Thank you so much for clarifying that.
Strikes
my
cause
God.
delays. That's just the matter of the situation. The point of it is to obviously stop the entire process until demands are met for the workers, okay? Now, regardless of whatever your opinion are on unions, I personally think having somebody that can negotiate better deals and somebody that can negotiate better conditions is ultimately a good. If I have to wait an extra few months or maybe a year for a game to come out if the person who is working on that game isn't actually working like a fucking slave laborer, then I really don't personally mind, okay?
It's not just about that, it's the longevity of their careers, the appreciation, the value that goes within it. Like usually like I find that in places where there's not a lot of like creativity, like creative freedoms, unfortunately, what happens, it will show in their work. Obviously it's gonna show in their, like if you don't value them enough, it's gonna show in their performance. They're not gonna be like, oh shit, you're fucking paying me this bit just to do that shit. Like I'm not gonna fucking, yeah. So I really like that. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm saying this, but I like that they have some sort of guild for artists in general, like not just like, yeah, actors, actresses. Um it's really good to have the US to have that sort of shit. I'm not sure if Australia has it. I think they do, but yeah. Sorry, let me just continue.
But what
that.
is the argument about it today, okay? Well, according to the guys over at SAG-AFTRA, this is about artificial intelligence. And I feel like we've talked, like, basically a lot about AI and shit, but it is, without a doubt, one of the biggest issues right now in, like, in media. So according to these guys, basically say AI protections are the sticking point. So effectively, what they've said is any game looking to employ SAG-AFTRA talent to perform covered work must sign on the new tiered budget independent interactive media agreement, the interim interactive media agreement, or the interim interactive localization agreements. And these agreements offer critical AI protections for members. So what they said was negotiations actually began all the way back in October 2022 and September 24, 2023. And while SAG-AFTRA members approved a video game strike with a 98.32% yes vote, although agreements have been reached on many issues important to their members, the employers refuse to plainly affirm in clear and enforceable language that they will protect all performers covered by this contract in their AI language. So right over here, what they've said is we're not going to consent to a contract that allows companies to abuse AI to the detriment of our members. Enough is enough. When these companies get serious about offering an agreement our members can live and work with, we will be here ready to negotiate. Now, obviously, this doesn't really matter so much for like an actor that is making really good money, like an outlier in this space. This is more to protect somebody that is a standardized voice actor that, obviously is going, I wouldn't say so much from paycheck to paycheck.
I just wanna I just wanna try to like interpret how their fucking jobs work. Like these people are like the talents. Let's call them talents. Talents don't actually, they kinda get the same like sort of works as like a makeup artist or a model. They don't get, you start off with not just like there is an outlier, which are the ones who are famous. Hi there, Madner. I hope you're doing good. I'm just talking about this massive SAG-AFTRA strike. How are you? I hope you're doing well. As for this SAG-AFTRA thing, what do you call that? yeah, talents. Talents, they usually work in seasons. Like they don't actually like get like they don't work a 9 to 5 job like you and I do. They usually work like they work within a short time frame, and then they get them like whatever money they're getting from residuals. Like say they have agreements basically per project. And so yeah, I think one of the reasons why they started striking these companies are basically they're not only are they using their data, they're not only using their data to train whatever machine learning is going on to these fucking AI, like to their whatever they are, but yeah, seems like unfortunately it seems like the outcome of this is basically voice talent, like the voice talents wouldn't exist anymore. They would become um they would eventually become like AI powered. Ah. Well, it's because it's late in yours and it's early on mine. Anyway,
But their
let's
salary
keep
is,
playing it. Because I think this is something it's similar to like it's similar to the movies, like the large film producers and versus the actors that are like performing on TV and all that shit. And yeah, I think even the biggest influence of artists like actors, people who are like popular basically, they should be the ones spreading awareness about this sort of shit because they're the ones with that chunk of the pie, like the audiences, you know, they could actually capture their audiences. And yeah, it could make a change or something. Also, I hope I'm gonna make you fall asleep as well, Madner. If it's late for you, so I'll
pretty
just keep
standard. Like you're
playing
talking
that.
about somebody that's making like, you know, 60, 70 $1,000 a year or something of that nature. I don't know so much about voice actor salaries. I'm just saying like a salary where obviously, you know, they're living off of, right? You know, they're not
Yeah.
exactly driving the fancy, you know, Bentleys or living in the big mansion or anything.
Yeah, I think that's just a minority. I like just like any other industry out there. That's just a minority. Majority of these talents are yeah, like just like us finding jobs. Sometimes they're doing two jobs in addition to the voice thing. What they're making money off are the basically like that cut that they're gonna be getting when they get featured or they get released. I'm not sure though how talents, voice talents um in video games gets paid. Like do they get paid by did they get paid like a one-time fee, or is it more like yeah, I have a lot of questions about that, but in terms of actors, movies, television shows, usually they'd have residuals. That's what I was saying. And that would be like they get paid depending on how much like what sort how much the show would like basically like say if it got bought by Netflix for this amount, they'd have a cut from that. And that's the residuals.
Of that nature.
I'm not
This is
sure
somebody that
how it
obviously is
works
just a
for
working Joe.
video games.
They voice act for a living and they just want to get fair compensation, which obviously is what these organizations are built for. Now, I find this a little bit weird because I do distinctly remember earlier this year coming across this mention from SAG-AFTRA where they were like, yeah, apparently SAG-AFTRA and Replica Studios introduced groundbreaking AI voice agreement, okay?
Ah.
So immediately I'm looking at this and I think, what? The new agreement paves the way for professional voiceover artists to safely explore new employment opportunities for their digital voice replicas with industry-leading protections. So immediately when I read this too, I think, did the voice actors even really agree to this stuff? And it seems like they might not have, okay? Because honestly, some of the people in this space were like, they don't remember voting on it. And even if you read this, like, you know, actual post they made on their social media, they were getting straight up roasted because it really felt like Back then, they threw their voice actor fucking part of their guild under the bus, okay? So at the end of the day, look, I think for a lot of people who are in the creative space, they absolutely do not want any form of artificial intelligence. And just to show you how fucked this industry is right now, we are one lawsuit away from the entire industry, at least in like artificial intelligence, crashing, right? Like if you look at this is just a taste of cases. You've got Alter versus OpenAI. Okay, what started as 3 separate cases brought by 3 different author groups has been consolidated into one action against OpenAI and Microsoft. Okay, what they said was they were alleging that Microsoft and OpenAI were liable for copyright infringement arising from the use of plaintiffs' works to train the AI models, right? And then, of course, you got Anderson versus Stability AI, which are visual artists, filed this class action alleging
Visual artists filed this punitive class action direct and induced copyright infringement, DMCA, false endorsement, and trade dress claims based on the creation and functionality. So yeah, basically it's that idea that these AIs have to learn from something. And who are they gonna learn from? Who are they gonna learn from? Obviously, they're gonna learn from the fucking artists, the creative people you see on the fucking internet. And that's owned by someone. Most of the time they're owned by someone. If not someone, it's a group of people.
Direct and induced copyright infringement, DMCA violations, false endorsement, and trade dress claims based on the creation and functionality of Stable AI, Stable Diffusion. And news publications like New York Times versus Microsoft, where the New York Times...
Oh, New York Times alleged that millions of its copyrighted works. Okay. The court is currently considering, so as you can see, even the styles of like the way like journalistic works. New York Times, they also make op-eds, but yeah, I'm just wondering how they caught that shit. Like how did they like mimic its expressive style and falsely attribute outputs to New York Times? Okay, so it also seems like they're using yeah, it's not their whatever their AIs are really not that good in checking vetting whatever information they're publishing on their AI, like robots. But yeah, that's that's scary. And to think that I mean, humans are like naturally that way, you know, we as humans. But obviously, if if the AI was a human, it would be fucking able to like absorb as much information as it can based on its like whatever infrastructure it's running on, you know. So, yeah, that's I don't know. I'm like I'm like brain struck, I guess, because this crazy.
basically allege that millions of its copyrighted works were used to create LLMs, large language models, of Microsoft's Copilot and OpenAI's ChatGPT, which basically these AI tools generate verbatim New York Times content, closely summarize it, mimic its expressive style, and falsely attribute outputs to the New York Times. So it's to a point where the AI is so good at mimicking them that sometimes misinformation gets spread that it might be the New York Times stating something when it really isn't.
Yeah, no, yeah, it can confuse readers.
I think
Yeah.
Microsoft is the only one immune to it. Remember, NVIDIA is an artificial intelligence corporation as well. Even Nazemian and Dubus versus NVIDIA Corporation, where 2 groups of authors basically filed related class action complaints against NVIDIA, alleging that NVIDIA copied the authors' copyrighted books without their permission to train its agreements, its actual LLM.
Okay, let's check this. Nazemian and Dubus. Who is Nazemian and Dubus? Nazemian and Dubus. Nazemian and Dubus. Nazemian. Oh, there's a lot of websites now emerging about like copyright. No. And who are they? Abdi Nazimian. Words by Wes. Okay, so he's a screenwriter. Um. Oh, thank you, Junie. Um. Oh wow, he's a okay. So I think he's a screenwriter, writer for books and movies as well. But I'm just wondering, like, what sort? Okay, authors Andre Dubus and Susan Orlean are suing NVIDIA for copyright infringement, alleging that NVIDIA Nemo's Megatron large language Nemo's Megatron. Okay, so Nemo Megatron is something that NVIDIA is using. I'm like comprehensive enterprise framework meticulously designed for an array. Okay. Via the books tree dataset, they're protected books. Ah. Okay. Megatron is a large transformer developed by that model parallel highly optimized language models can be trained with billions of weights and then used in Nemo for downstream tasks. Nemo handles pertain model checkpoint points for ah. So, wow. Okay. Let's keep watching that.
And allege that whenever an LLM generates text output in response to a user prompt, it is performing a computation with the goal of imitating the protected expression ingested from the training dataset. Now, I want to preface this all by saying that I'm a huge fan of technology, okay? I love, technology. I love, advancements and whatnot. Person like me should probably be like, artificial intelligence is super cool. We're able to do some really cool things with AI these days. For anybody that doesn't know, NVIDIA, speak of the devil here, created what is known as the RTX Remix, which literally allows you to play older, PC games, but, re-updated through the use of artificial intelligence, right? Where you can have things like path tracing renderers and AI upgraded textures. So games like Need for Speed Underground 2 actually look like they're running on modern rendering engines, all through the power of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and of course the brilliant minds over at NVIDIA. You've got a lot of mods that come out where, basically the modding community has taken famous voice actors and used artificial intelligence to effectively create, full-on single-player DLC expansions. And sure, that is obviously something that I guess it would really matter to the consent of what artist approved to how much of their AI synthetic voice should be used, right? But that's really where we're kind of sitting at. We're at a point where there are entire Grand Theft Auto fan games like Grand Theft Auto Sindako Chronicles, like a PSP full like a update, like a full DLC sized expansion that uses artificial intelligence generated voices. So we're at a point where obviously if you're in this business, a lot of the fan games are using your material. How long is it until big companies like Take-Two, like Activision, decide, yeah, we could probably save a lot of money if instead of hiring a voice actor, we just start using synthetic voices? So let's just say, for example, you're playing something like Grand Theft Auto 5, right? There is no shot, in my opinion, that the main characters or the supporting cast, or really anybody that's on camera in that game, is going to be replaced with AI anytime soon. Artificial intelligence doesn't capture the expressive motions and cadences that human voices have, right?
You reckon? They're kind of close. I'm just talking to him, but they're kind of getting there. After all their learning. In it. They're learning. So from every single fucking word you say to every single fucking phrases you use, like every conversations you make with it, it's just gonna keep absorbing that shit. I'm noticing that even smartphones, like the applications you use, they're tracking every behavior you fucking do on that fucking phone. From the length of the videos you watch, like how long you've watched this video, to the swipes. It's
However,
crazy.
imagine if you're just walking through the streets of Vice City or Leonida at some point in the future, right? And if if Take-Two was using AI, you know, I would imagine that gaming companies would probably use AI voices on like a passing by NPC. Somebody that you don't listen to, obviously. They're just there in the background. You like subconsciously pick up what they're saying. Obviously, for artificial intelligence, being of slightly lower quality, or yeah, just straight up lower quality, wouldn't really matter in that space. Now, would it? Imagine if you're a company like Activision and instead of paying for a video game worker or somebody to actually generate a 3D asset, which I don't believe SAG-AFTRA even covers in this situation. So if you're somebody working in like the creative...
No, basically, it's if you're like, imagine if you're like, you have the talent, the voice talent of, like, you can like make up the voice of a fucking elephant, like, basically what they're gonna do is they're gonna fucking make you speak a fucking entire sentence so that they could generate a fucking library of the syllables you fucking make, and like intonations, like the a e I o u ba be be boo boo a u, all those shit, and then basically use it in any way they like at their fucking abilities, like control it, like make it sound like it, oh, or oh, or I don't know if that makes sense.
Space making assets or 3D models, you might end up being replaced by Activision at some point. They might be able to generate gun skins for Call of Duty, where they can generate these skins, and instead of even paying an artist to create that skin, they can just shit these out at a higher volume per season. And obviously,
I think they do that already. I have a feeling they would be doing that already.
People will buy them. Have you seen the amount of people purchasing skins in a video game online? It is insanity.
One of the things that makes me wonder if this is even going to like play in the favor of these union strikers, because at the end of the day, right, like this is just one test footage that you can see from Ubisoft where they're actually showing one of their new chat AI based NPCs. So in this test room, they've got an NPC where you can interact with them, and I'm sure this is using some chat GPT-like backend. So as of right now, it would probably work for like an MMO or an internet-connected video game, but I have no doubt that, you know, a company like Ubisoft might try to find a way to get this running in a local model on a PlayStation or an Xbox or locally on your PC, just so you could expand the, intricacies and detail of AI NPCs just in a game like Assassin's Creed. Like imagine walking into, any town in the game and just talking to any NPC and using it to gain insight or an understanding of what's going on in that city, where your target could be, so on and so forth. I think this could be interesting from a gameplay perspective, but obviously it's going to require the use of artificial intelligence and potentially synthetic voices. So this one innovative gameplay advancement that companies want to kind of push in might probably never make it to the light of day if these kind of unions pass. And look, at the end of the day, look, if whatever your field is against artificial intelligence and whatnot, this is something that these companies ultimately want to bring in. So I don't know, with all of the millions of dollars already spent, are these companies going to dig their heels in the ground and produce these video games, or are they actually going to stifle this and, basically keep the entire world open for voiceover artists, right? It's a very touchy situation to be getting into. But yeah, this is just one of the innovations that I'm sure with the amount of money put into it, there's no doubt in my mind that a company like Ubisoft would want to bring this at some point down the road. I have no doubt that companies like Rockstar Game or Take-Two or, Activision, for instance, don't want to bring any of these features to video games coming forward, okay? Imagine something like the Nemesis system with its permutations assisted with generative artificial intelligence if Warner Brothers ever wanted to get off their ass and provide that feature for another video game and whatnot, considering I believe they're still sitting on the patent. But yeah, this is some interesting stuff, and obviously this is all going to be affected by this video game strike. It's not just delays, it's actual technological innovations, regardless of how you feel in the space.
So yeah, this is just one of the few situations that I've sort of seen come out of this video game strike where, yeah, it exists. Obviously, there are better conditions being sought after, but I think we're at a very pivotal moment where if you're in this industry, you're very much scared of how long of a time you have before some of the biggest players in the game are actually using synthetic voices. Now, do I think legally this is going to stick? Those lawsuits that I showed you, if just one of those goes the wrong way for these AI companies, I really feel that there is a domino effect where it can just blanket the entire industry into actually going into the fucking dark ages. And yeah, it is what it is, man. Like, if you're in this space and you are somebody that, you know, your voice is out there, you want to actually be working in this business, there's a good chance that these companies are going to fight you tooth and nail to save a dime, all right? Maybe the only option is AI exists, but you're paid like a per word fee or something if your voice is proven to be used. I don't even know how that's going to be enforced. But what I do know is this is a strike that's going to last a fair bit. And I'm interested to see if, like, hey, the actual performers win, or if it's going to be one of those situations where the AAA gaming industry is so fucking large and also so bloated that they're going to fight tooth and nail to reduce those budgets, to reduce the cost of developing these games, even at the expense of the paychecks of some of the people that honestly aren't even living large. They're just in this business and basically skating by. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
I personally think like I personally think that AI should have its own ethics, laws, any way to like basically put some limitations on it. Like, what can you do with this sort of like thing, you know? Because yeah, unfortunately, yeah, we need to consider other things, the other sides, other factors involved, and we've just given too much control to these companies at this point, that they're able to like basically use it for any way they want. But then again, there are big companies also fighting for those sorts of like the ability of AI infiltrating music, for example. There was a lawsuit between um, Universal Music Group and TikTok, between, well, not a lawsuit, but basically a disagreement with a dispute with their whole music and the use of AI into their platform. And yeah, I think it's just I think with how like creative expressions can come from perspectives, situations in life, and those other factors, timing as well, I guess. Yeah. The whole AI thing just feels like a slap on the face to the whole idea of expression and all that shit. um I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense. But yeah, as a creative person myself, I'm not a I like expressing creativity in other forms, maybe performing and all that shit. I do, from the sumo shit. I didn't introduce them though. But yeah, I guess it makes sense. It feels very, you would feel betrayed. You would, you'd think that you're making your songs for like let's say for a voice artist, let's say you're making these songs, or sorry, you're making these characters that was like worked with other other people within the game, like, oh, this is your identity. And if you're that person who would actually look into that character and try to like replicate that character in a way that they could, it would feel like a slap on the face, especially if you didn't know that it would just end up being collected by some sort of like machine. And then eventually you'll run out of jobs for it because they're gonna use it. A lot of AI shit is also covered by movies. Black Mirror, I think, has a few episodes about AI. And yeah, AI is good, but I think it needs some sort of like what limitations do we need to put into, because like Madner said, it is indeed entirely made by humans. So in the end, it's us who can also like tell it what to do and what can't do. Like, think of it like, because AI do help in terms of a lot of things. It does help in um if we think about it in a more optimistic way, it could even help healthcare. It could help assist other doctors in detecting some sort of anomalies with our bodies. It could do those sort of things. It could go to the right, just like everything, even like influence. It comes with that sort of ethics, the right, the wrong. Yeah. Okay. Uh, I, I don't think I'm making any sense at this point. So I'm gonna be I don't know, what should I do? Ooh. Oh, this is new. I like Polymatter. I like these videos. Like they're gonna be talking about Apple. I use Apple. Um and I'm not gonna lie, I think this has something to do with the monopoly thing that's going on with Apple's ecosystem, which is the App Store, um, and other things. Music as well. I think music will be talked to into. Let's see that I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it.
The Department of Justice argues the company has a monopoly over performance smartphones, those you might call premium or high-end, with 70% market share based on revenue. And in case that sounds like a made-up category, it's quick to point out that Apple also has 65% market share of all US smartphones. The implication is that monopolies are held to a higher standard. Things that are perfectly legal for a mom-and-pop operation become illegal under American law for firms with dominant control of the market. Apple, the DOJ claims, maintains this dominant position not with carrots, adding or improving features, or lowering prices, but rather with sticks, rules and restrictions that make it harder for users to leave and for other companies to compete. Its competitors are forced to innovate, whereas Apple has the option not to. Now, we'll leave the legal analysis to the legal experts. Between discovery, arguments, testimony, and appeals, this case will take years to unfold. But while it's premature to ask whether the DOJ will win, in the meantime, one question we can begin to answer is, will we? Should you and I, the victims this suit is intended to protect, be cheering the government on, or worried that it may make the products we use worse? The 88-page complaint makes 5 major arguments, each of which we'll categorize as strong, weak, or debatable. Starting with super apps. If you don't know what a super app is, well, that's sort of the DOJ's point. Generally speaking, one app has one primary function. Calculator calculates, messages messages. Of course, this isn't always true. You can hail a ride, order food, and rent a car, all from Uber. But at some unclear point, there's no strict agreed upon definition, an app has so many functions that it starts to eclipse iOS itself. If you do everything within a single super app, the phone it's running on becomes unimportant, and thus interchangeable. A $200 Motorola is no different from a $1,200 iPhone. Now, Apple doesn't explicitly ban super apps. Presumably, the DOJ would argue that would be far too blatant. Instead, it prohibits apps from recreating, quote, alternate home screen environments. And because this rule is phrased so ambiguously, or perhaps because Apple has made exceptions, we don't have to speculate on whether super apps are a threat to its business. We know. Virtually every smartphone user in China relies on a super app called WeChat, which you can use to do everything from send messages to pay bills, hail a ride, and read the news. And, as expected, Apple has struggled to grow its market share in the country, where consumers seem less loyal to any one particular brand. There are many reasons for this, no doubt, but WeChat is at least one. In other words, the DOJ is right. Super apps are bad for Apple. Its mistake, however, is in assuming that they must therefore be good for users. Would you want all 10, 20, or 100 of the apps on your phone squeezed into one? For most people, this would simply add an additional layer of complexity, one more intermediary between you and the task at hand, from Uber in iOS, for instance, to Uber in WeChat in iOS. Never mind that super apps merely replace one monopolist with another. American iPhone users are beholden to Apple. Chinese iPhone users are beholden to WeChat. The only difference is that we in America can choose our overlord, Android or iOS, whereas in the world the DOJ imagines, one super app reigns supreme across all platforms. You might assume, as the DOJ surely does, that the popularity of WeChat in China is proof that consumers prefer using super apps. A more accurate historical account is not that users chose WeChat, but that WeChat was chosen for them. The Great Firewall kept out foreign competition, the Chinese government subsidized its national champions, and China's leapfrogging over credit cards led to widespread adoption of mobile payments, all of which facilitated its rise from the top down. You might argue that consumers should at least have the option of using super apps. But as we saw with WeChat, that's rarely how it works.
Yeah, I don't
More
like the
often,
iTunes
retailers, banks,
on
and automakers force us to
Windows.
use apps we don't like.
TBH.
Restricting super apps, yes, is good for Apple. It's also good for users. And that makes this argument a weak one. The next one is about cloud streaming. Ordinarily, when you do something on your iPhone like play a game, it all happens on your device. The faster and more capable your phone, the more and better games you can play. But it doesn't have to be this way. The game you're playing could be run on a computer in Fargo, Tallahassee, or Reykjavik, and transmitted live to your phone anywhere in the world. If your internet was fast enough, you wouldn't know the difference. So why, until recently, did Apple require that developers create, submit, and maintain a separate app for each of these cloud streaming games? As if Netflix had to release a new app for each movie in its catalog. The DOJ argues this rule was more than just arbitrary, that it was designed to quietly make this entire concept impractical. After all, if everything you do happens on someone else's computer, thousands of miles away, you may not need such an expensive, high-powered phone. It's a very similar argument to the last one, that Apple restricts the ability of other companies to offer services that diminish the importance of owning the latest iPhone. But there's a difference. The service in question here, cloud streaming, is good for users. It allows us to play better games, and perhaps even save some money. That makes it a much stronger argument, albeit one that affects much fewer people. In fact, Apple itself tacitly admitted this by voluntarily removing this rule several months before the lawsuit was filed. Now, the part you've been waiting for: green bubbles. When you send someone a message, your iPhone first checks whether the recipient also has an iPhone. If they do, it automatically becomes a blue iMessage conversation, allowing you to do things like add reactions, send high-definition photos, and play games together. If they don't, it becomes a simple green unencrypted SMS. At least, that's what happens in Apple's Messages app. If you try doing the same using WhatsApp, Telegram, or Signal, and the recipient doesn't have a WhatsApp, Telegram, or Signal account, they'll have no way of receiving your message. Unlike Apple, third-party developers can't send or receive SMS. This is true as far
That's a very good argument. It's like, yeah, basically trying to force people to, yeah, okay, that is okay.
far as it goes, though it's hardly a common complaint. For the most part, you know whether someone has WhatsApp or Signal or Facebook Messenger. These apps make it easy to check. The DOJ argues that Apple wins because it has unfair advantages. It can show you a preview of your camera, for example, before you answer a video call. Other apps cannot. It also points out that green bubbles carry a social stigma. If even one member of a group chat doesn't own an iPhone, all are forced to stare at those bright green messages. But green bubbles serve a purpose, reminding you that your conversation is unencrypted. And consumers, especially teenagers, will always find subtle distinctions to make social comparisons.
Okay.
Never mind that Apple is not, in fact, winning. Facebook Messenger and Instagram are more popular in the United States than iMessage. WhatsApp, Snapchat, and X aren't far behind. If Apple has an unfair advantage, it doesn't appear to be working. In the US, iMessage is rapidly losing ground to WhatsApp, which has long been the dominant messaging app for most of the world.
That is true, yeah.
If anything, this is one of the most fierce arenas Apple competes in. To keep up with its rivals, many of which are also giant multinational corporations, it's aggressively added new features over the last few years, like reactions, edits, undo send, games, pins, Memoji, and more. Whether or not Apple is complacent, iMessage isn't the reason.
WhatsApp is really strong. Like India uses WhatsApp. They're one of the biggest, and yeah, in the end, it's owned by who? Facebook. Even though they say like at the same time, yeah, it's like, I think, yeah, teenagers and all that shit. I don't know. I don't think that's that.
Next up, smartwatches. First, the government argues that Apple makes it harder to switch
Sorry, I'm just gonna,
devices. It does this by not making its own products and services compatible with Android, including Apple Watch, iMessage, Apple Arcade, Fitness, and News. That means you'll lose these things if you ever trade your iPhone for, say, a Samsung Galaxy. And second, Apple withholds features from competitors on its own devices. In theory, anyone can buy any smartwatch they like. But none work nearly as seamlessly with the iPhone as the Apple Watch. And this is not because its rivals don't innovate, it's because Apple prevents them from doing so. By tying one product, the Apple Watch for instance, to another, the iPhone, neither has to compete individually on the merits. You might buy one only for access to the other. Or take Spotify. No matter how hard it tries, Spotify will never work as well with the iPhone as Apple Music, simply because it doesn't own the iPhone. Unless we expect Spotify to create its own smartphone, this is not a level playing field. The DOJ is right. This is, pretty clearly, anti-competitive. If Spotify were allowed to do everything Apple Music can, the latter would have much more competition, which might force Apple to innovate faster, benefiting you and I. But there's a catch. A completely level playing field would mean less of the deep integration that consumers love about Apple. Anyone who owns more than one of its devices understands this intuitively. The sum is greater than the parts. You can drag your cursor between Mac and iPad. you can copy on iPhone and paste on iMac.
Yeah.
This philosophy is so deeply embedded in the company that it's reflected in Apple's internal organization. Whereas some corporations split different teams into adversarial product units, Apple incentivizes collaboration between teams to produce a more cohesive product. Now, the DOJ never acknowledges this trade-off. Instead, it seems to imply that we can have our cake and eat it too. That we don't have to stop Apple from making great, deeply integrated products to ensure a level playing field. Rather, we can simply start allowing its competitors to do the same, the best of both worlds. But what incentive does Apple have to keep innovating when it's required to share those innovations with its competitors? Let's set that aside for now. After all, perhaps the most perfectly written law or opinion can somehow overcome this issue. There's another problem. Even with all the freedom, access, and goodwill in the world, two companies will never be able to produce as cohesive an experience as one. Google will never be able to design a watch that works as seamlessly, privately, or securely with the iPhone as the company that makes the iPhone. Apple can design its products to complement one another from the outset in ways that other companies simply can't after the fact. In other words, there's a real tension here. Is more competition or deeper integration better for users? Reasonable minds will differ. What makes this uncertainty especially problematic is that the stakes couldn't possibly be higher. Cloud streaming and super apps are relatively trivial policies. Policies that can be easily changed. In fact, they were. This, on the other hand, this is Apple's entire business model. Finally, the last argument is about the Wallet app. You can only use it, not, for example, Chase or Wells Fargo, for tap to pay, in place of a physical credit or debit card. And if a car company chooses to offer digital car keys in their iOS app, they must also make them available in Apple Wallet. Here again, Apple is using its dominant market position to dictate terms, to force Bank of America and Honda
Really?
to do things they may not like. And
wow.
here again, those terms are good for users, ensuring a simple, convenient experience. All our cards, keys, passes, and tickets in one easy-to-use app. No, this doesn't make Apple benevolent. It too benefits from this arrangement. But isn't that the best we—
Which MacBook is it? Like, what sort of MacBook were you given? Is it the newer ones? Yeah, I'm using an older one. I'm just using Bluetooth though. So, like, yeah, I'm just wondering. But yeah, I think some of the points, even honestly, even that bubble, like, can be a valid point if given the right if they give the right arguments to the right, like, it can be convincing, really. But yeah, let's see.
we can hope for, a company whose incentives are aligned with its users. We don't have to hope Apple does the right thing. We know it will because we know it likes money.
Money, money, money.
And this neatly encapsulates the central problem with this lawsuit. The elephant in the room is that the vast majority of iPhone users like their iPhones. 80% to be exact are at least satisfied, according to the Independent American Customer Satisfaction Index. Afraid to admit this, the Department of Justice makes arguments that fly in the face of iPhone users, the supposed victims of its complaint. In the process, it loses all credibility. And that's the real tragedy of this lawsuit, that it's not better. iPhone users do have real complaints. 80% satisfaction, after all, doesn't excuse any and all transgressions. But these complaints aren't about super apps or Apple Wallet. One common and legitimate complaint, for example, is that you can't subscribe to an app like Spotify in the Spotify app. Not only that, but until recently, Spotify was prohibited from offering a button that takes users to its website, where they can subscribe. And get this, Spotify is banned from telling you this with words. It can't even communicate freely with its own users.
Oh.
Even today, after Apple amended its rules in response to criticism, Spotify still can't offer
Yeah, I
users
kinda
a
knew that. I think that was the thing with I think that was the thing with Epic versus Apple as well. Like with Epic Games offering their sort of like thing. Which is, yeah, I agree. Like that's where Apple kinda has that flaw, you know. They have the ability to like control that industry of like some industries out there, like in terms of technology, internet technology. Um and yeah, they're not really like as friendly to competitors compared to like others. But I guess yeah, in the end they're gonna win. So yeah, I don't get why they're not like try like in the end it's being used on an Apple product. So you're winning. Why do you need more money? Is the only question I have. Also, Apple Music sucks on Windows. I must say. I don't know if it's me or what, but yeah, it's not as well optimized as Spotify from my experience.
button to its website because they'd have to pay Apple a 27% commission. And as we covered in a recent video, Spotify doesn't have a 27% profit margin to give. The result is a strange and confusing user experience. You download the Spotify app, you search everywhere, but you can't for the life of you find a way to give them your money. This is a direct result of Apple's rules, rules that even giant multinational corporations really have no choice but to accept. And yet, the 88-page complaint mentions this only once, and even then, only very briefly.
Oh.
If the DOJ is right that Apple has a monopoly over one of the most essential objects in our modern world, the public deserves the strongest possible case against it. This is not that.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about this whole thing. Like I thought it was all about like them like trying to like if anything, I think they're wrong at like trying to like gatekeep the sort of like shit. And yeah, the fact that they're getting so much money out of like they're like winning in all those um almost everything that involves their products really. Um yeah, that's what you call corporate greed. I'm using, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm using like Apple shit. And yeah, they're greedy as fuck, I must say. Um, should we go to China or Australia? Because it says trouble in paradise. And then on the other hand, it says here, China's economy is beyond fixing. Mm, Stanford fake image scandal. Xerox hypothesis. Oh. Let's see this one.
Inspired by you guys. Let me explain. A couple of weeks ago, I posted a video about Tom. This video was inspired by you guys. Let me explain. A couple of weeks ago, I posted a video about Thomas Sudoff, a Nobel Prize winning scientist from Stanford University, whose work has recently come under a lot of scrutiny as many anomalies have been found in his papers. One of his papers has already been retracted because of clear data manipulation as confirmed by a third-party reviewer. However, most of the anomalies found in Sudoff's work were not of this nature. Instead, they were to do with duplicate images. If you've seen that video, you'll remember me showing you evidence like this, and in the weeks since I posted that video, more evidence has come forward of duplications in other papers by Sudoff, like these ones shown on screen right now. Now, if you don't know why this is problematic, here's Elizabeth Bick explaining in an interview I did with her.
So everything in nature, more or less, you know, making a
Wait,
generalization.
have I shown this before, or like I just want to make sure I didn't watch it again. Sometimes I may like forget it, and then yeah, because I've seen her in another
is
video.
unique. Two leaves, are never
Yeah, she mentioned this.
identical. Two rocks are always slightly different. And so if you think about cells or tissues or Western blots, the patterns that you see there might be similar, but they're not supposed to be identical. So if you see identity, then that is usually not good.
So, duplicates equals fraud. Sudov's busted, right? Clean and simple. Or is it? You see, this video was weird because I've talked about image duplication in many other of my videos. Many different scientists from many different universities showing similar types of image duplication in their work. And most of the time when I post these videos, you guys are in the comments being like, yeah, clearly busted. Many of you are far more qualified than I am, confirming my suspicions in the comments, saying that yes, this looks very suspicious. But this time, when I talked about Thomas Sudov, there was a large number of comments referring to some kind of Xerox scanner issue. In fact, it wasn't just comments on my video, but I got several emails from you guys telling me to look into this Xerox scanner hypothesis. Xerox scanner hypothesis? I mean, I'm 25 years old, which technically means I'm Gen Z. I've literally never scanned a document in my life, so I have no idea what you guys were talking about, so I decided to look into it. And what I found turned out to be actually very interesting, and I thought I'd share it with you in this video today. So after you've watched this video, you guys can tell me if you think that this is a reasonable or plausible explanation for the things that were found in Sudov's work. But if you think talking about boomer tech like Xerox scanners is something that'll put you to sleep, I promise you it's really interesting. But let's get back to talking about this Xerox hypothesis. So the Xerox scandal broke in 2013, and it was discovered by a German researcher called David Kriesel. Sorry, David, if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. And it all started for David when this happened.
The company said, hey, David, if we scan the blueprint to a PDF, then there are different numbers on them. Can you take a look at that?
So David was contacted by a company that told him this, and he decided to investigate. So this is what he found. So the measurements from the original blueprint are in this first column labeled original. And as you can see, the square footage of each of the three places is 14.13, 21.11, and 17.42 meters squared. And what each subsequent column represents is the result of a different scan from a different Xerox machine. And as you can see, the scanners totally messed it up. In the first of the Xerox columns, now all three places are at the exact same square footage. The same is true in the second one, and in the third one it got two of the places correct, but now one has the same square footage as place 3, so that's wrong. And then the last column is also wrong, but in a different way again.
You'd think it's just about the quality of the image, like look at that, like some sort of like. Oh yeah. Oh wait. 413. Oh yeah. 21. Oh, that's right. But that's why did that suddenly become 13? And yeah, they're just different scanners. Oh, Xerox machines. Is that what they used to call Xerox? Xerox. Yeah. I remember, once upon a time in school, like we would call like Xerox a photocopy. I think they still call it Xerox in the Philippines, but yeah. Ate pa Xerox. And yeah, that would mean a photocopy. And you'd have to pay a few cents for that, obviously, because it's a business.
And then the last column is also wrong, but in a different way again. So that was the first example of this that David found, but he decided to do a little bit more digging, so here's yet another example. This time we're looking at numbers entered in a cost register, and as you can see, after scanning, some of the 6s have been turned into 8s. So obviously, when David found this out, he realized that this was a big problem. These Xerox Work Center machines were in offices all over the world, and scans from these machines were being used for all kinds of important functions, from cost registers to architectural drawings to accounting to potentially Obama's birth certificate, which was a very hot topic at the time. So clearly,
Xerox is basically, I think Xerox was originally a brand, like it's a product. It's a company that produces photocopier machines, like photocopies machines that allows you to make copies of a certain scan or something. But yeah, it's this, like Philippines has that sort of way of like they're using like brands. I think it's the same with Colgate. We don't say brush, we say Colgate. Oh no, no, we don't say toothpaste. We say Colgate. So, yeah, so anything Colgate is toothpaste basically. So, can I buy some Colgate, the blue one, but it's a different brand? If that, I don't know if that makes sense.
Clearly, this was a big scandal, and when the news broke about this, there were articles in all kinds of different media outlets, including The Economist, the BBC, and The Verge. It was big news. So why was this happening when people were scanning
yeah, I think I
documents
saw
into
that
these
one.
Xerox scanners? Well, it turns out it was to do with the image format that these Xerox machines were using. You've heard of other image formats before, things like JPEG or GIF. The image format that these Xerox machines were using was something called JBIG2. And the way it worked was like this. So if you scanned a document that had these elements, a photo and then some letters, the Xerox scanners would isolate each of these different elements and treat them as a pattern. And then the algorithm would look for similar looking symbols and treat
No
them
wonder it was changing the numbers.
as
Oh.
matching patterns. So then when the scan was reproduced, it would treat all of the similar patterns as exactly the same, which would then save the amount of memory that the machine had to use. Apparently,
I would say they would exist. Xerox is big. Like, they're in there. Like, oh. Like, it's an IT company. See? So they're like, they don't just sell, they sell way more than just like photocopy machines now. They like do some, I think they do some, like, yeah, I'm not sure what the fuck this is, but I think they still sell printers actually. I'm sorry, yeah, they still sell printers apparently. But yeah, they're big. Like, they're similar they're similar to Kodak.
this is quite a common technique. It's called pattern
Well, not
matching.
really.
And theoretically, it's a way to reproduce text-based documents in a way that is accurate, but also saving a lot of memory. However, when it came to these Xerox machines, their pattern matching was not very accurate. So what ended up happening was that similar looking...
Okay, I gotta pee again. I gotta pause that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Shopping sites for scanner and printer. I'd assume they would be like, let's see what sort of products they sell at the moment. Because yeah, I'm not sure as well if they still sell any consumer sort of products. So look, if it's more for printers, home office printers, multifunction. Yeah, they're more on business to business sort of side of things. This. Yeah, I'm just showing you their products. But
symbols that were actually different ended up becoming duplicated in the scanned document. So as you can see here, this is what happened to that document after it had been scanned by the Xerox scanner. So as you can see, the scanner ended up confusing the L and the I and got them mixed up. And then it also treated O and Q as the same symbol. So now in the alphabet, we have two O's and no Q. And once again, a number 6 has been turned into a number 8. But notice how the organic image was completely unaffected. The image of the fly stuck to the plant. The plant, I believe, is a Drosera, if you're curious, a type of carnivorous sticky plant. And so the image of this fly stuck to the Drosera is completely unaffected because the shape is so complex and organic that the algorithm treated that entire thing as one symbol. So remember that. The organic shape was completely unaffected. It was only the text-based stuff that was affected. Remember that, because I'll be back to it in a second. So does a dodgy Xerox scanner explain Elizabeth Bick's findings in Sudov's work? Well, Sudov seems to think so, or at least he thinks that something similar has been going on. This is what he wrote on PubPeer. The most plausible resolution, as for some other observed image manipulations alleged by accusers, is that the image processing software induces duplications of internal image components when the software perceives these components to be the same, even if they are not, exactly as I explained. Digitization and compression algorithms, especially older ones, use pattern matching and economize by simply duplicating matched patterns. The error was, for example, observed with old Xerox copy machines. And then later on in this post, he says, this has also been documented for immunocytochemistry images in older papers. And then he provides a link to the paper where he thinks that this kind of issue occurred. However, if you actually click on that link that he provided, you'll realize that it's actually not related to a Xerox scanner or pattern matching at all. Instead, it was an issue when the journal decided to Photoshop the original author's work for stylistic reasons and basically messed it up. And you can tell that this was the case because the issue only occurs around where the labels were A, B, C, D, etc., which is where the journal had changed the author's original figures. So nothing to do with Xerox or JBig2 or any kind of compression algorithm here at all. So not a great example from Sudov. However, does his argument still stand? Well, here's my take, but take this with a large pinch of salt because obviously I have no special or insider knowledge as to how Sudov and his colleagues do their work. But from my understanding of how Western blots work, there is no need for a Xerox scanner to be involved, that is for sure. You do the blots in one machine and then the image is taken by another machine, an imaging machine, which is then plugged straight into the computer. So there's no need to print or scan anything in between that process.
Yeah, it's just
and
all,
as far as I can see,
digital.
there's no reason for any kind of physical copy to be printed and scanned in at any point during the process between obtaining the blots and publishing of the paper. You could argue that perhaps the journal who published the paper had printed it and scanned it at some point, which might have led to these kinds of
That's
issues,
possible.
but then we might expect to see those issues in the actual text of the paper and not just in the images themselves. So seems a little bit unlikely. Plus, even if a Xerox scanner was involved in this process, would this explain the kind of duplications that we see? Probably not. You'll remember me talking about the organic image of the fly and the Drosera compared to the text-based information. The bug that was affecting the Xerox scanner seemed to only affect text-based information and not organic-looking images. So I wouldn't expect an organically shaped image like a Western blot to be affected. However, I can already see some of you in the comments being like, well, a Western blot is not as complex as the photo of the fly on the Drosera. So, okay. Fair point. But nevertheless, I doubt that a Xerox scanner was involved at any point in this process. So what's something else going on here? So does the compression argument still stand? Well, it's possible, even though a Xerox scanner wasn't involved in this, it's possible that the imaging machine that Sudov and his colleagues were using in the lab used a similar type of pattern matching algorithm that created the same kinds of results. However, that would be an absolutely insane thing to have programmed into a machine whose only job is to take photos of Western blots. And so to have a kind of compression algorithm that would mess up photos of Western blots when that's its only job seems insane to me. But if that is true, then this problem is way bigger than Sudov and Elizabeth Bick. This would be a massive scandal because it would mean that huge swathes of the medical research literature would be invalid because they would all be subject to these issues if the lab that produced these results used the same type of machine. If that's the case, then that would mean a huge overhaul would need to happen where all the original files from all of these affected papers would need to be found if they even still exist. It would be a massive scandal. So is it possible? Yeah, it's possible, but it does feel a little bit tinfoil hat. I mean, like, what's more likely that dozens, maybe hundreds of labs across the world all have dodgy machines all producing dodgy results and no one has noticed until now? Or is it more likely that a few dodgy scientists got a bit cheeky on Photoshop because they're highly incentivized to do so? Right, you tell me what's more likely. Obviously, I don't know for sure, and personally, I don't have the means to investigate this myself. However, maybe some of you do. Maybe some of you have access to Western blot machines. Sudov, if you're watching this video, maybe this is something that you might want to look into, given it would both absolve you of any of these accusations against you, and it would be doing the scientific community a huge favor. So those are my thoughts on the Xerox hypothesis. Thank you to all of you who brought this to my attention in my comments and in my email inbox. I really appreciate sort of the crowdsourcing theory crafting on this. It's really interesting and great to see. A special thank you to David Kriesel for discovering the Xerox hypothesis in the first place. The visuals that I used to illustrate this Xerox bug came from David Kriesel's slides on a talk that he gave 8 years ago, so I'll have a link to that in the description if you want to learn more. Okay, so thank you guys all for watching. Let me know what you think of the Xerox hypothesis in the comments below. Please subscribe.
Wah. Yeah, all I can say, I don't know. Am I supposed to say something after that? I don't think I'm supposed to say something after that, but What should I say? Yeah, I have nothing to say about that. I'm just wow. Okay. Oh, that I guess that makes sense. Like, um, okay. I guess I'm gonna yap a tiny bit before I play the next video. But wait, where's the video I was looking for? Hmm. Ooh, sun damaged skin. Oh, really? I didn't know. Yeah. All I can say is I don't know what to say. Good night, man. I hope your day goes well, and I hope you go to bed. Sleep well if you do. I think I'm gonna check this sun damaged skin. Or should
Now you may be looking at me right now and thinking, what the hell happened to your face? Why are you so sunburned and sun damaged? And that is because, guys, it's a trend. Of course I'm gonna do it. Surprisingly, and kind of unsurprisingly, a new kind of trend of being sunburned and
AI?
borderline sun damage has become extremely popular, right? Listen, I kind of get this one. There is something, actually, let me just say, I'm not condoning laying out in the sun and getting sun damage or being sunburned, but there is something really nice about having a tan and catching a bit of sun on your cheeks, you know when you go to a hot place and you're like, oh god, I've been in the sun a little bit too much, but then you're kind of looking at your face thinking like, yeah.
Oh my god, I have a picture of myself. I'm kind of guilty of that shit. So I kind of traveled to Palawan, I think, in the Philippines a few months ago. I think it's been a year now. Um, and yeah, basically I got like this sort of like, yeah. I was like looking at my skin and like, ooh, look at how like sunset burn. Oh my god, look at that, guys. I'm like, ooh, look at that skin. Yeah, oh yeah, my boyfriend was fucked. Like he's white and he would be like, yeah, he'd be all like, ooh. Like the next day, he was just like, yeah, I felt so bad for him. He was even vomiting. Like I felt, yeah, that's a lesson for me because like I should have made him wear like something more protective because yeah, he wasn't wearing a lot really. He was letting himself out there, and fucking next day, we had to like, yeah, he was suffering. Like he was like, yeah, I was kind of worried. Like I was worried. I thought he was gonna die in a second. Like I really did think that he was gonna like, yeah, I was scared. I was scared. Like, oh, but I'm just exaggerating. But yeah. Yeah, he did. He did. He did. But yeah, he did. I should like, so yeah, if you're white, you wear like what do you call this? I forgot what that's called. If you're white, white, just wear just wear some protective choo-choo, cause yeah. No, not sunscreen. Not just sunscreen. I mean, yeah, yes, wear sunscreen, but wear a rush guard. Like, just wear the whole rush guard. Like, protect your fucking skin. Like, like put some rush guard on. Like, don't, don't, don't be out in the fucking sun. You might get cancer. Gosh. Gosh. It's because I have a tan skin. Like, as you can see my skin. So I guess I'm gonna be flexing that to anyone. You see that? That's natural. You see that? Natural. 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 Natural.
Yeah. And this is kind of what people are going for. That sun-kissed, sun-flushed.
I'm sorry,
I've taken
I'm
it
being
a
a
step
bitch.
further and gone for the sunburn. Very, very slight.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, yeah, that's a good
I
idea.
mean, these
Like,
trends have been
yeah.
around for quite a long time, but this kind of came around because of this photo shoot that happened in GQ China. It is a really, really cool photo shoot, but it features some models that are quite obviously, well, it's with makeup, sun damaged, right? Sunburn quite a bit.
I mean, it's. Oh, wow. Oh.
You can see, for example, on his face, we literally have a mark where there were sunglasses and has been burnt. The cheeks are quite rosy, very rosy, high shine cheeks on this image. This is behind the scenes. This is the model.
Oh my
Very
God.
obvious, like this is where my clothes were. This is the sun damage all around it.
Is that real
Yeah.
or?
I'm saying sun damage because it's sunburn, which is pretty much like damaged skin, right? And this is a theme throughout. You can see where, you know, this kind of clothing line, that redness on the skin. There's been a lot of post-production.
Maybe it's just an art thing.
In terms of touching up, if you look at the images behind the scene, but it's borderline in these images. The face almost looks like it's bleeding
Yeah.
because it's so burnt and so.
Yeah, that's what my boyfriend looked like when he was like he was just saying that like he was about to fucking die. I'm telling you, I felt so bad. I think I don't like, oh my God, like oh shit, like I shouldn't have brought him here. I was like, oh fuck, am I gonna, oh fuck. But then again, I'm exaggerating, so.
Sun damaged. And of course, the internet takes this either way. They make it a subtle trend. They make it like an actual goal to be that sunburn, excuse
Yeah.
me. Or they make it like a really nice, subtle kind of look. I've gone for the kind of, I'm in my 60s and I haven't.
Yeah, we went out. We went to Palawan, and Palawan has like this like sort of islands. So we had to like island hop. Oh, do you? Thank you. Thank you, Severs. How are you? But yeah, we went to like islands on the boat. So we did the island hopping, and he was only wearing his shorts. And then swimming around, and that was like 8 hours. So obviously he's gonna be burnt. Like he toasted after. What? It's cold in Australia. What the fuck? Stop asking for a peach tree. Like I'm gonna freeze. Oh, you tan your legs? Oh, okay. Well, you don't need to tan, Severs. You said you were like, unless you're lying to me. Are you really like, you said you were Latino. So why would you like why would you need tanning? Like you should be like like look at me, natural tan. No need. No need. No need. Oh, fuck off. Oh, I might try that for ALS, sure. Like I'll dive for a donation, like $1 million donation.
My makeup since the 70s. I've gone for like a purpley lid with a flesh tone, quite a bright under eye. You know, I'm retired and I'm on vacation and I don't really care about my skin. That was my theme today. That's not saying everyone at that age doesn't care about skin. You know, I'm creating a character here. But the sunburnt blush.
Driver's stand, yeah. Oh, okay. I see. What is driver's stand? I don't know what that is, honestly. Now you're telling me.
Has become a trend, which I actually really, really like. I think it's a really cute look.
Quite like the look of a sunburnt face.
Yes, me too.
And It Cosmetics just came out with these sun blushes, and they're very like sun colored. This one's in Sunlit 10. It's more pink.
Sun color.
But this, I feel like, will give me the look of a sunburn. Sunray 40. It's dark. But I want to try it.
See, sunburns always have this kind of like deeper kind of like reddy brown to it. I filmed how I did this look, so we'll do.
Yeah, like it's, yeah, I see. Okay, yeah. Do I look tanned? I just want to ask because I kind of get insecure because you're saying you stay inside, and I kind of stay inside most of the time. So like I'm really hoping I still have a little bit of like olive skin, you know, in my fucking body. Cause yeah, I'm proud of like where I came from. Not really like, you know. So I hope you can see. Can you see? Can you guys see the tan? I hope you can see the tan. I hope I'm not being delusional. Aww, I'd break. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I hate the ads too. I'm not really getting an ad. I'm sorry.
Watch that at the end of this video.
Wait, no, I get ads every now
Favorite
and
products
then.
I use
I'm just thinking about it. Yeah, I'm not really watching a lot of Twitch stuff, so that's probably why.
in case you want to replicate sunburn. But yeah, it's definitely a deeper shade. It's definitely a deeper shade, so you can't really just go on with bright pink and be like,
Welcome back.
And they have this cute brush to go with it. So
I'm sorry.
I
I hate the ads too.
I don't know, I just kind of want to go like this.
The key is as well to like the sunburn areas are it's on top. The sun is here, so you imagine it coming down. That's why I've done like this sunglasses ring. Can you see around my nose here? And I've focused the color more on the top of my cheeks here, which you'll see a lot of people do. Otherwise, it verges on that. Oh, I'm cold. You know when.
Okay, I'm gonna check what that actually like. Okay, drivers 10. Let's see. Yeah.
When you do it around here, not around the nose.
Do you know what I think would make this look even cuter? We're gonna add freckles. We're going for full sun-kissed. Okay, here's the finished look.
My boyfriend is similar as what
I
you're
definitely
saying.
think
Actually,
it's not a
Severus.
bring it across the whole face situation. Like a little bit here and then a little bit there, but you don't want like this mask if you want to replicate it. But people keep on looking at this picture of Kim Kardashian. What the fuck did she do to her face? What is this? What happened? I want to replicate.
It's the shades.
The look of being sunburnt with all the peeling and shit.
The look of being sunburnt without all.
Do I look sunburnt, guys? No one answered when I was asking, so you might as well answer it, Severus. Do I look sunburnt? Oh yeah, fuck that. Oh my god, yeah. I used to commute to Breezy in an hour. Like it used to be an hour to go to Breezy, and I hated fucking. Bitch, you should. Oh really? Oh my god, there should be a sunburn. Fuck. Like I'm gonna show you like I don't think I've shown you my sunburned face yet, but I do have a sunburned face. Oh yeah, that's probably it. That's the tan. I'm gonna show you my sunburned face. Wait, it was on the oh my god. Oh my god, September. So it hasn't been a year yet, actually, come to think of it. Haven't yeah. I wish I could go back home. Maybe that's what I should use the subscriptions for. Maybe I should go back home. Oh no, I don't want to go back home actually, because yeah, there's a lot of political unrest going on. Well, not political unrest, whole like not really like that, but yeah. Sorry, I'm just like looking for pictures of myself while I was fuck. What the hell? Where's my fucking what's that? What the hell? Mm, 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 mm. Oh, there, I found it. There you go. See, look at that. See, I was trying to pull that fucking skin. Like I was like putting my face in the sun like that. Like burn me, burn me, burn me, sun. I was saying that, and yeah. I love it.
the peeling skin and shit. I want a very skin-like base for this, so I'm starting with a dewy serum, and then I'm applying a light layer of matte foundation over that with the damp beauty blender. Then to make myself look more sun-kissed, I'm going in with a kind of shimmery bronzer. I'm putting that on my eyes, chin, and
You don't-
nose. And I honestly wanted to do very light concealer for this, but this one size concealer is so pigmented, bitch. It's okay though, it still looks good. Then onto blush, I'm using 2 different blushes. I'm putting a more corally blush straight across my face,
You don't
and then
like
a deep red on the center of my nose. Then to add definition to my eyes, I'm lining them with bronzer and a little bit of eyeliner. Then my favorite part, the freckles. I'm just focusing this on my nose because I feel like whenever people get sunburnt, a lot of it is focused in the center of the face, you know? And then I'm going back in with that red blush and just packing it on my lips. And you can leave it matte like this or add a lip oil. I love this lip oil. Oh my God, it's so nice and buttery. Either look great. And that is what you call
What
a
are you
sunburn
talking
cheek,
about, Cream?
baby. But for real, bitch, wear sunscreen next time. I'm not playing with you. Bye.
Yeah, wear sunscreen. Yeah, wear sunscreen. Now, I think this next girl has done it perfectly. Like, it looks
I
like
think I have that
you're
turned
slightly
off or
burned.
something. Why don't I see that? Usually shows up when I like. Yeah.
You can kind of see it's all up here on the top of her cheek. Is this
What the? Why would you suddenly tell me? Like, excuse me? Kidding. I'm kidding. Thank you. I took a shower. I showered my body, but my hair might stink. Sorry.
filter? Because I know there's a sunburn filter, but you can see it's all up here above the cheek, and it looks like, you know, it's just so I put concealer on and stuff like that. I think people are just doing it as color, but it really needs to be positioning too. You know what I mean? Okay,
Yeah,
and then
it
we
has
have
to
the
be on the
extreme
bone.
sunburn challenge. Here's the deal, right?
Yeah.
The reason I want to show you these is because we can.
My hair is so fucking annoying, honestly.
You know what?
I want to be
It's fine
bald
to
sometimes.
be like, I want to look a little bit sunburned. Let's do it with makeup, like these people are doing, because there's some people that aren't.
Oh, they love the okay. So I think I gotta go out to the beach. Beach on oh. What do you mean busted your hair? Who busted in your hair? Wait, what? What?
That is extreme. Love the idea, love the artistry, love the theme.
You're fine. I don't think that's a good conditioner. Like, you know, like I don't like it's acidic, you know. They're acidic usually. Oh, so it seems like people love the whole like oh, look at me, I got my oh yeah, apparently yeah, I did hear about that. You know what, maybe I'll try that out. Wink, wink. I'm kidding. Yuck. Sorry, no, I'm nasty. I'm being nasty. I'm nasty. Ew. Wink, wink. Oh, yes, girl. Oh my god, me likey. I me likey that whole, ugh. Oh my god, stop talking about. You know what? Maybe I should karaoke that, you know? Maybe I should karaoke that, you know? I like it. I think her lips. I think the lips goes really well with the whole, like, you know, the whole skin, and even the shades was cool. I like that shades. Her lips. The lipstick. I know that you're fucking wait. I know you're making fun. No, I don't do makeup, unfortunately. I'm not good at doing makeup. Maybe I should put some on, but I'm not really
I think
like.
that looks really good.
See,
I think she did a really good job there.
Even fuck, what's his name again? Fuck, what's his name? Robert. Even Robert did so well. Like he's saying, like I like it. Yeah, I like the skin as well. I like her skin. I like what her like. That looks similar to my skin. I'm gonna compliment it. Cause yeah, Latina beauty, Asian Latina, brown beauty bitches. But yeah. Unfortunately, I couldn't. I'm not good at makeup cream. Um, what is gooning? What does that mean? Oh my god, that's nasty. Eee, why did I? Ow! It's why did I search that? Ah! Oh, you're so nasty.
The chest looks
Just
real.
kidding.
Wanting
No,
to be
you're
sunburnt
fine.
on the face is a bit of a strange one, but this is just for artsy reasons.
Oh, bikini lines without sun
No, that doesn't join
damage
up.
night before. What? I didn't know you could do that. What the fuck? Her, yeah.
Oh, was that the finished result? Look, you can see it going over the line here, and it's not quite joined up, and also the straps are uneven, and she's done it with
Yeah, it doesn't look right to me, yeah.
fake tan. Wouldn't this whole triangle area be
Ah. Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, I'm gonna take that as a compliment, you know.
covered? Unless your bikini is
Although I'm
strapped and
really
a
shy
strap that goes
now,
around
so.
the boob, so the boob is hanging out. Okay, so we have a trend being made here. We have it in like a magazine, looking great. People are replicating like a sunburnt look, right? So we're not glorifying sunburn just yet, but we're getting on our way to it. Now, this says shower and skincare with a slight sunburn after a lake day. Does it
Sorry,
look cute? Sure.
I'm just getting.
However, to the girls that purposely burn their face because when they do, their confidence goes up. Let me tell you, that confidence, give it 10
Nasty
years
boy.
for that sun damage to show through. That confidence isn't going to be very up.
Wait,
This is a
I'm
different
assuming your
person saying
gender.
exactly
I'm
the same
sorry. Nasty
thing.
boy
Girls who purposely
slash
sunburn their
girl
faces when they do, their confidence
slash
goes up.
non-binary
I don't know why. I just feel
slash
prettier when I have a
realness.
sunburn. Listen, that's all I'm going to say. Listen, this girl.
Listen.
No one. Me trying to get that cute beach girl sunburn. But in the actual sun?
I just had to make sure because you said
Wait, so but you're only
gooning,
trying to
and I
sunburn
had to
around
search
your
that
eyes. Oh, on the cheeks. You should have done around your eyes too. The trend of purposely sunburning is very, very concerning.
I must say that chemicals, like why don't you just go out to the sun from 9 to 10? Because apparently there is a time for you to get out in the sun. I'm gonna just search that. Let's do a little bit of science. What skincare? What is the best time to go out in the sun? There's a time. Noon. Expose your sun around midday. Midday, especially during summer, is the best time to get sunlight. At noon, the sun is at its highest point and the UVB rays are most intense. What are you getting, Severus? Oh, cream, gosh, there you go again. Are you doing this to like how many people are you doing? I think you're doing this to Asla as well. Get food. Okay. Also, yeah, I forgot to like what were you getting, Severus? What are you getting? I'm gonna check this article from it's a aw aw um ah ah Well, boohoo. I'm kidding. Why not? Oh, okay, okay. Oh my gosh. Wait, now you're distracting me. Okay, be back soon, Severus. I hope you have something delicious. Okay, eat something delicious. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Um, sorry. Yeah, you're distracting me, Cream. I'm kidding. I'm just gonna play this
You can
really
be
quick.
just
But
done
I'm
with
reading
makeup.
it.
You can just
I'm reading the safe vitamin D. But yeah, if you wait, why are they saying noon though? It's supposed to be like okay, time of day. Let's see that time of day. Sun exposure. Choo 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 choo. Nope. No. 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 Early morning. See, early morning. Early morning. But what time is that? Wait, where did that early morning? Oh, okay. So it has something to do with the UV index then. Um, yeah. Oh, don't stay too much. Like, don't, don't, don't stay out on the sun too much. I think it has like you don't have to yeah. I think some people are like less some people are like very sensitive in terms to vitamin, like those sort of shit. Um, but yeah, see, as you can see, it's early morning. I think it's early morning. Definitely something about early morning to like. And yeah, you just need 15 minutes a day. Well, don't take this to salt. Take this to salt. Take take, take this with a grain of salt. But yeah, yeah, you don't need that much time. Like you just need to be okay. Best time from in India. Okay, so it varies where you're at. Australia. How about Australia? So it early morning and late afternoon in Australia. Between below 3 UV. So search your UV index. Queensland. It's maybe I am. UV index. Maybe I am a 4.3. Okay, so ah ah oh yeah, okay. So as long as it's within one like those, so 1 to 10 o'clock. I want to go to India one day. I don't want to try their street food, TBH. I'm sorry, but no offense. I don't think I have the immune system for that. Like I'm kind of weak tummy. But yeah, I will try like street food that is like I kind of yeah. Um,
just put a bit of find the right color blush, put it up here, bit round there, you're good. You don't need to
yeah,
like purposely
I'm gonna hide now. I'm
sunburn. That's
embarrassed
very
again.
concerning.
I
So I
just
thought,
made
let me have a
myself
go at it. This is a look
a
I
huge
created. Let me show you how I made
embarrassment.
it, and I'll talk you through it. Okay, so I first started with this eyeshadow palette from a brand called Wake Make. I'll link everything down below for you if you like the products individually. And I wanted to do an eye look that had like no
You're fine.
redness.
It's
I wanted
not
to be
your fault. I'm just like I just said something
really
embarrassing.
like cold
Allah, don't
because I
say
thought then the
sorry.
red on my skin will look
Why are
more
you
red
saying
without having
sorry?
to
Don't say
do
sorry.
extra red or an extra sunburnt look, if you know what I mean. Sometimes red on the eyes, red on the lips can either bring out redness in other places or make it look less red. So I thought, let's just keep it neutral. And originally I wanted to do like this 70s, 60s
to hide
kind of
for a
eye
second.
look. But I thought, I can't be
I need
bothered.
some confidence boost.
I thought the cut crease situation. So I did a nod to that. I used my Typology serum. This is a little bit deeper
Whatever.
than my skin tone. I want to show you my
Whatever.
forehead so you can see actually how
Whatever
light
with
my
the
skin is compared to this.
rizness.
Just so we have an underlying tan. This is a blush from Freck, and it's quite a nice creamy, almost watery blush. And I placed that just on the
Riz
top
sounds like
of my cheekbones, and you'll see I'll take it almost
to me.
right up to under the eye, but I'm leaving that little gap in the inside
Nasty.
corner. So I have that
Nasty self.
nod to a sunglasses mark. Looking quite red here and quite shiny, but I didn't want to be too shiny. We'll do massify later. I'm using a freckle pen. This is from Freck as well. freckle pen is not really pen, it's more like the ink.
that?
But
I'm
these
kidding.
I want it to be more sporadic.
being a
So
bitch.
if you do a few little taps and then just kind of get your finger and tap it and move it around at all angles, you get a really nice like sporadic freckle look. I did a little bit of powder. But then I realized, wait a minute.
You know, a while ago, I thought this was fucking AI, like a filter or something, but fuck.
Freckles aren't really
Yeah, you
one
should.
tone. This is my double serum spray. So I
Yeah,
added in a
you're
different shade
nasty.
from Freck to add some depth to a freckle so
Declared
it didn't just
nasty.
like dots. I underlined my bottom lip and overlined my top lip. And I used this gloss from Heart%. It looks like a nail polish, but it's a plumping gloss. Not painful.
Oh my god, I wanna see that.
at all.
Okay, wait. I wanna check that. 100%. Heart percent. I wanna check that. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's always the Korean products. Like fucking hell. Fucking $30. Like fuck off. Fuck off. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. No way. Nope. Nope. Oh my god, it looks so cute though with the fucking glow. Oh my god. But no. Nope. I'm gonna hide
Just
that.
for this really like bronzy shine.
Oh no, I'm gonna just save it actually. I'm gonna save it. Yeah, they are. They are. No wonder girls needs to, like no wonder a lot of girls need to be fed first before they fucking Cause yeah, it is a lot of like, you know, a lot of work, you know, girls, you know, I get ya. I'm gonna save this on the playlist. Oh, playlist? What playlist? I'm gonna put it with the fucking, I have like a lipstick, I made the tab of lipstick. Wait, where is it? Why isn't it showing up? Why isn't it show? It's not showing up, but yeah. Never mind. I don't need to show it to you guys.
Look like
It's private stuff.
my lip had tan lines.
Privacy.
And that was a full look. Yeah, sunburn. All right, well, thank you so much for joining me. Let me know what you think of sunburn and sun damage in general down below. Do please consider subscribing.
Okay, so here is my word about, wait, I gotta take something really quick just to increase my confidence. I just want to say something. There, you see my face now. I just want to say, if you're white, don't stay out in the sun too much. If you're white, don't stay out in the sun too much, okay? You white person. If you're listening and you're a white person, yeah, be careful. Your enemy is not in here. It's there. The enemy is there, okay? Look up. Look up in the sun. Stare at it. That's your enemy. Okay? Gosh. Oh, sorry. Fucking. Water alert. I have a water alert. This is uploaded 30 minutes ago. From my favorite girl. Because she can do the cat eye. I want to be able to do that, you know? Not the cat eye, but, you know, like the eye. Like, I can't do that. Like, I think my hands would shake too much. Yeah. Yeah, the eye. That one.
2024 really is the year for showing us that maybe parents should be a little bit more aware of who their children are talking to digitally. And I say this because it's like insanity at this point, and the same thing keeps on happening over and over and over again. From Cody Ko allegedly starting a talking stage with Tana Mongeau when she was 16, then going on to hook up with her even after being warned by Gabby Hanna that, hey man, like, this is
Nasty.
a 17-year-old that you're gonna hook up.
Yeah, ew. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, ooh. Yeah, this is the same thing as well. Like, because of these sort of people, it's ruining the reputation of YouTubers overall. People who try to influence for the good, it's affecting them too. And that's with the whole Mr. Beast thing. Sorry, I'm gonna keep playing her. I'm gonna grab some water.
Just keep that in mind. And then Cody allegedly kind of like disregarded
Kinda
that
ran out of
information
water
in the
and,
sense of
yeah, I need some
acknowledging the fact that, yeah, she is 17, but still proceeding with what he did. Then we recently have Ava Chris Tyson being exposed for sending inappropriate messages to some minors allegedly, and also allegedly owning lolly drawn by a very prolific lolly artist that we're not gonna really be naming because why? And just in case you are unaware, lolly refers to art, okay, air quotes, because it's not art, it's just shite actually. Pictures that are drawn of either real life children or fictional characters, most notably kind of like associated with anime characters, are being sexualized. But then we also have Zach Justice allegedly meeting his ex-girlfriend when she was around 13, 14. And just by the way, he was already in his 20s.
yeah.
And then allegedly, Zach started dating his ex as soon as she turned 18. So it's like, okay,
Given how easy they are to influence as well. They're
okay, you've
so
known
easy.
her for years when she was a little minor, and then on the prey as soon as they turn of age. Analogy, it makes me sick. But he's also under fire for making a very questionable kind of poor attempt at an edgy joke to
Sorry, I have a before we continue, I have a confession. And this is gonna be I'm gonna be talking to you guys like you're the pastor in the what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? How did you like minor? I'm not fucking minor. I probably sound like a minor. Yeah, I sound like a little boy. That's like what they say. But I'm not a fucking minor, okay? But yeah, I have a confession to make. When I was like in high school, during lunch, during recess time, I would go to the lower grades and then ask them for money. So basically, I'd go around to each of them and like, I'm so sorry. So yeah, I'd go to them like I wouldn't bully them, but I'm not a bull. I wouldn't bully them, but I don't bully them. But like I just like, yeah. And I think I did that multiple times. Because I saw that it worked. I saw that it worked. So, okay. What is it? What's your confession? Okay, I'm gonna allow you to confess. But, okay, when you were 20, yeah. That's fine.
are yummy, saying that she's
That's
a
okay.
pedophile's dream. Don't believe me?
Pedophile's dream.
That's okay.
What?
Because like you're like small
At least you got money, you know.
and dainty, so it's like you're kind of like a kid. I'm just saying you could like help people. They should put you in prisons with like the pedophiles to like help them get past all that. I don't know. I'm just trying to help the community.
And how could I forget Dr. Disrespect being outed for talking inappropriately with a minor? What the is 2020?
Girl.
Before, guys.
Girl, that was like a month ago or something. I'm kidding. But yeah, that's still disrespectful, okay? But I guess he played it off because Dr. Disrespect. Why did he call himself Dr. Disrespect though? Wait, did he call himself Dr. Disrespect? Or Mr. Disrespect? What? Wait, is he called Dr. Disrespect or Mr. Disrespect? Dr. Disrespect. Oh, okay, so he is a Dr. Disrespect. Why did he call himself a fucking doctor?
But I have some to get off my chest, because a lot of these stories are really hitting close to home, and I'm sure so many of you at home, work, wherever you are, can relate to a lot of these experiences that have just been previously mentioned. This is going to be more of a personal-esque video, so if you've come here for like a deep dive on these people, probably wrong video, and you should probably click off right about now if that's kind of not your thing, because I feel like I can offer a very unique kind of perspective being a creator myself. But if
Oh, so wait. So you did, I thought you did it yourself, like, like, doing that sort of stuff. Or like, I don't know.
this is of no interest to
see.
you, I completely understand, and I cannot wait to see you
I
again
mean,
in one of my
that
other
happens,
videos. So
but,
I
are you okay with it though? Like, as long as you've consented, and like, how did you feel after it, obviously, and you felt, you didn't feel like you were taken advantage of. That's what matters. Oh. Oh, fucking hell. I'm sorry. I'm confusing myself at this point. Oh my god.
Unfortunately have always
Sorry,
kind of
I'll
had this
shut up.
like validation and rejection problem, and it stems from being bullied severely as a kid and just being rejected like left and
Okay.
right, constantly
Sorry.
being made to feel
No,
like I
it's my
was
fault
not
too.
made to
I'm
belong
dumb.
in this world. And I struggled a lot with suicidal ideation and thoughts when I was a lot younger. Not so much today, because I can say that I've done
Oh my god, you know what? I'm the same. I'm not gonna lie. I have a lot of, I don't know, maybe it's because I was exposed, or like because when I was young, I, there's some there's some memories. Oh. No, that's good. As long as, I mean, personally, for me, like, wait, what was I saying? Um, yeah, a number of people prefer the amateur stuff, so you're fine, I think there's a niche with people wanting something more amateur, something that was actually done by someone, if that makes sense. If we're talking about your OnlyFans, I'm not gonna be asking for it. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, in terms of myself, I have some sort of memories coming up. It's been coming up lately. It's keeps on coming up to this day. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Really, you're just playing? Um, what was I gonna say? Yeah, when I was younger, I don't know if that's like, yeah, I had some sort of, yeah, it might be sensitive, it might be a sensitive subject. I'm just gonna warn you, but yeah, basically, exposure. I got exposed at a young age, and I keep on remembering that. I keep on remembering that to this day, and I'm kind of like, just like I said, I'm kind of on this, not adult stuff, to actual someone actually doing something. Um, yeah, it wasn't just me. It was me, my sister. No, I was like, I didn't know anything about that. Like, I was 4 or something. I was young. I was really young. Um, I do like, I could like, I think when you're like, I think when you're at that age, um, memories seem fragmented. They start to become a little fragmented, and you don't remember. You don't actually remember the whole thing. You just remember glimpses of it, like a puzzle. It's like a puzzle piece, and there's a number of pieces there, but a lot of them are missing too. Like, and yeah, that's how it keeps on coming back to me. And yeah, basically, I wasn't. Yeah, I was thinking what that was and all that shit. Like, I just remember. I think my mom was there too. My mom, me, and I think my sister was there, and yeah, we were just looking because that was like a shock. Honestly, like that was like we were looking at it like, what the hell? That's all that I can remember from it, and yeah, I'm sorry I kind of blurted that, um, but yeah, I've gone through some things, and I think that kind of messed up my head a little bit. Personally, that's what I think. Um, and I think to this day it's kind of messing my head up. And I'm trying to work on that. If um how I see other people, I think. Yeah. How I started to think of body parts. How I started to think of, yeah, how I generalize people. Yeah, it made me more careful, and there were some points in my life where I felt safer with people around me. I had friends. I was able to kind of like repress it for a bit. But yeah, there was that part of me that, yeah, just keeps asking, keeps wondering. I think that's another part that, um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but um, I think thinking about now, like whenever I think about it, yeah, fortunately I'm able to control myself as of the moment. Like I'm able to like actually like that's what therapy is good for. Oh, what do you mean opposite effect? Like um um yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by opposite effect. Was it, yeah, what do you mean by opposite effect? Sorry, I'm gonna keep playing
a
this.
lot of healing from what I have gone through, but it still doesn't make it okay what happened to me. As I turned into a teenager, that kind of fire burnt just even hotter.
I see. Oh yeah, that's one thing I got. Yeah, I think I think I was a late bloomer. I kind of repressed anything sexual until I was like 17 or 18. So yeah, I wasn't like, yeah, because I wasn't like, I was figuring myself. I wasn't comfortable with being gay and all that shit. And yeah, but like, what do you mean by sexually appealing? You mean like muscles and all that stuff? And like, being wanted by other people? Is that what you're trying to say?
And even more. I felt even more desperate for validation and just attention in general, So I would kind of put
Like her?
myself into these really questionable situations because of that. There were red flags that were waving right in front of my face, but I was
Yeah,
completely
ignoring them.
blind to that. Not only am I half blind, completely blind in my left eye, but blind to all of that. And I didn't tell anybody about what happened.
I think we all want to feel like we belong somewhere, that attention. That definitely is something. And yeah. Ha- yeah. Um, may I ask if you like, have you like, have you gotten, have you found anyone you just bonka donka? I don't know why I feel weird sounding. I don't know why I feel weird saying it, but have you found like anyone your age to like do the bonka donka donk with, you know, like experiment and all that stuff? Or was that more suppressed? Is that oh, wait. Is that the way? Is that my question? Because yeah, I'm not sure if that's what I'm asking. I'm just wondering if you were able to like. Okay, so you were able to like explore all that sort of things. Okay, I see. So yeah, I get you being one. I get you with being wanted. Ah, I see. Yeah, I was sorry. I didn't want to talk. But yeah, how about when you were like more of like a younger age at like were you able to meet someone? Cause yeah, I didn't like really get into it. I don't know. Like some teenagers were able to experiment with other peers their age, whereas a number of people don't. Like I think I'm on the latter side. I didn't really explore sexual stuff until I was above the age of 18, if that makes sense. Like so I'm more of a like uh mm, um I see, I see.
Happened to me because honestly, why the would I? I'm already feeling highly uncomfortable making this video because it's not a topic that I like talking about at all. And one of the reasons that I'm sitting here making this video today and even getting personal in the first place
I'm
because
sorry,
I
yeah, I'm sorry. I feel like I am fucking in I feel like I infiltrated in your fucking life like a worm. I'm so sorry. I didn't I just because yeah, I'm happy to answer like it myself. And just like I said, I never actually okay. Because yeah, I'm kind of open myself. Like I don't mind. Like yeah, I never explored the whole thing until I was like in Australia, the whole time. I think something was going on with me. I think being in the Philippines and the climate with being trans and all that stuff. Yeah, that just basically made me hyper aware about things happening around me. And yeah, when I came to Australia, I started going to therapy and stuff like that. And yeah, turns out I was depressed. I had general anxiety. Aw, aw, you're so sweet. Thank you. Yeah, I'd love. I get you. Am I blowing it all away here? Oh my god, that's embarrassing. But I guess a lot of people can relate to what I experienced because I'm sure there's a lot of people who got ah, thank you. But as long as you're being safe, if you're someone who's like experimenting on other people, be safe. Don't just do it with like, if you're doing it with anyone, make sure you're comfortable with it and stuff and yeah, you can say no. Oh my god. So nasty. Yay. Ish. Ish.
rather do anything but is because I am seeing particularly male creators for some reason moral grandstand about all of these situations that we mentioned.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about that. I just want to go to that Chris Tyson person, like with her dealing with minors and all that stuff. If you've noticed, it's not just a men's thing, it's a woman's thing. It's everyone. Doesn't matter. So if someone is ever gonna use that as an excuse to hate trans people. Eat shit, I swear. Like, I hope all the birds would shit at your car, that you fucking wouldn't be able to clean it up. And I hope it's so fucking like crusted, that poop, that it's gonna break your fucking windshield. Because I swear to God, like, if you're gonna use it, yeah, yeah. I'm looking at whoever is like, yeah. I'm mad. I'm mad.
At the start of this video and be like, well, if you don't talk
Yep.
about this, if you don't use
Poo-poo.
your platform to
Poo-poo
speak
bird.
up on what's happening, then we know where
Poo-poo
you
bird.
stand. Have you guys even maybe considered that for some people, it's genuinely hard for their own reasons, and they shouldn't have to explain to everybody, hey guys, I'm a victim of something, because I don't identify myself as a victim. You know what I mean? Because it makes me feel
Oh my
better
God.
about processing what I've been through to just identify as Caitlyn. That's it. I personally have never even really watched any of the creators' videos that we made.
You're gonna make me shy, I swear. Ugh.
Mentioned at the start of the video, because I don't jive with that kind of
Now
content.
I'm shy.
So it's not like I'm
Not
not
gonna
talking
show
about it
myself
because I'm
anymore.
a fan. I used Cody Co's videos for a
That's your
start.
fault.
Just something about it was never quite my cup of tea. It's not because I knew
You're
something
not
was
sorry.
wrong
I
with
can
him.
see
Because
you're
to be
not
quite
sorry.
honest, how was I supposed to know if this dude
I'm
was a
sorry.
weirdo? No, I just didn't like his content simply because I just didn't like it. I have traveled to the States in the past, and the second time that I ever went to the States with my family, I was essayed by somebody. This was
What
somebody
the?
who
Oh
was trying to make it
no.
in the
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, sis. Oh no, sis. I'm so sorry. Oh, wait, is someone home? I don't feel comfortable like hearing that. Like, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna check if someone is home. But I'm so sorry, drama queen. That sounds really terrible. Oh,
Thanks, Extreme Cream Dream, for subscribing. Sparkles.
yeah, I have a feeling it would be like from something you ate as well. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that is true. There's something called hot. Yeah. Usually it's free, so. Huh? Okay. Oh my God. Why did you say? Oh my God, sorry. Oh my God, did you just Aw, thank you for subscribing, Cream Dream. Sorry, my father-in-law just came in, and yeah, he's sick, so um, could be the flu, could be anything. I don't know, but yeah, he's been like that since last weekend. I'm gonna keep playing this,
industry.
and yeah, your apology is accepted. See, you even got the badge. Look at you! Wow.
And I was only 15. This person would be like, I'm 20.
Oh my God, she was 15. Oh my God, yeah, I remember the age of internet where, yeah, you're like, it's so easy for people to like take advantage of you digitally. And
24, then lower his age and be like, oh, I'm 23, I'm 22, just to make me feel that, you know, extra bit comfy. And my dumbass thought that, you know, a guy and a girl could hang out and nothing could possibly go wrong. But yeah, it makes me so just angry talking about this shit, bro.
Okay, I
And
gotta do
I don't want to
something.
feel these feelings, but it's almost
Something
just like I'm
secret.
seeing everyone making videos at the moment. They're just like, oh, bad Cody Co. Or Ava Chris Tyson did this because they're trans. Where is everyone's minds at the moment? When that particular incident took place, I grew like an aversion to touch. I secretly identified myself as Ace because I also just couldn't even imagine ever doing anything intimately with somebody ever in my life. And again, I kept it all to myself because there's so much shame that lies in the fact where it's like, you said no, but they still went ahead. So like, am I crazy?
Yeah, it's that thought after. Usually you'd go through that. It starts with blaming yourself for a bit, thinking, where did I go wrong? What have I done? All that shit. But yeah, it starts there and it ends with them because that's on them. Like, these people are perverts, I just want to say, for taking advantage of a younger person who doesn't even know what those sort of things are. So disgusting. I'm sorry.
Couple of
I'm
years
just
later,
gonna.
life goes on, and I had other experiences which I really don't feel comfortable kind of like opening up about them whatsoever, because people in my real life watch these videos and I don't feel comfortable even saying anything to anyone in my real life like, hey, this happened to me, because it makes me feel genuinely so dirty. And I don't want people to have this image of me where it's like, she's weak, she's this, she's that, even though it's not weak. For that kind of stuff to happen to you, it's not weak. And I remember sometime last year I opened up about what happened to me, and I copped a lot of judgment from that. And oh my god, I don't ever want to feel that kind of way that I did last year when I thought that I was being very brave for opening up about my experiences just to be shot down. So I'm not looking for that to happen again, to be quite honest with you. This being said though, it is so simple to not be creepy with minors, to not traumatize them, to go for somebody your own age, Cody Co, not talk to them. Even if you think that those are edgy jokes, like, where do you think we are in the universe? Do you think we're still back in 2016, man? Because even then, it was weird. I don't know if anyone else really feels this either, but it's just getting a little bit too much. Opening up YouTube on my TV every single morning when I have my coffees, and then just seeing, like, the plethora of new allegations. It's so sad. There are lines and there are boundaries that you do not cross, not only just as a regular person, but especially as a creator too, because there is a very present power imbalance there. Dude, I love the fact that people are willing to chuck on my videos whilst they're at work, whilst they're drawing, or to cheer themselves up, and are willing to sit and chill with me every single other day. But I'm also not interested in talking to any of you. That doesn't make me the quote-unquote good creator. That just makes me a normal person, man. And seeing other creators being praised just for the bare minimum is so dystopian as well. Like, what do you mean some creators are making videos and being like, well, I don't do this? Yeah, because you shouldn't. The bar is...
Yeah, exactly. Like, as if it's like, yeah, like, oh, no one should be doing that.
in hell. It's so low. Because at the end of the day, I'm just an awful person who wants to entertain people and then go back to my sewing, listen to black metal, and be left the f alone. When people realize that they have a large platform to take advantage of, they do terrible things because they're terrible people. Ava Chris Tyson didn't do what she did because she's trans. She did that because she's not a good person. Cody Co, he didn't do what he did because he is a white cisgendered male. No, it's because he too is a bad person. So to see people turn this into a culture war thing to push their own agendas is so despicable and disgusting to me. Why are people more focused on pushing their own agendas rather than what's actually happening right now? And it's the fact that minors, unfortunately, don't have the education or are equipped to deal
Awareness. They're not aware, and their brains are still developing, psychologically speaking. Your brain doesn't develop until you're 22, or for men apparently, and 18 for women. So yeah, unfortunately, you're taking advantage of someone who doesn't have that capability to create their own sort of thoughts. For like, they couldn't still make that sort of idealization. And obviously the word, like how we grow up, is nature and nurture thing. It's not about how you were born, it's also what you encounter. So from our observations, from how we're observed, how I observe things, I think 18 years old, like that's that's still a kid. That's not, I feel like even at 18 years old, they're still considered, that's why they're called young adults, because they are still like young, you know. So even though although they're at that legal age, some of them might still be learning about the world, and I think I'm one of those at one point. um so yeah, sorry.
with situations like these. I'm sorry, but the general adult has no reason and doesn't normally talk to minors about they just don't. Instead of these people looking at the situations objectively and being like, okay, this person is a shit cunt, so I'm just not gonna watch this shit cunt anymore. Instead, it's just a constant back and forth and push and pull just for people to push their own narratives. Some people don't even care about what's happening. All they care about is, that's right, pushing their own agenda. And that's something that I quite obviously don't with, because then you turn it into something that it truly isn't. And I didn't think I'd have to spell it out for people. People do not do bad things because they belong to specific groups. They just do bad things because they're bad people. Now, what I'm going to follow that up with may be a little controversial, but I feel like it should be taken more seriously. Parents, please be aware of who your children or teenagers are talking to online. Getting groomed is unfortunately very easy. And to see people be like, well, minors shouldn't be on social media in response to adults being animalistic quits towards kids is completely disingenuous. How about adults behave themselves? Minors should be able to exist in a space amongst adults without having to get groomed for it to be the consequence for that minor to not be online.
Yeah, I feel disgusting now whenever I talk to some, like, because of these people as an adult, I feel disgusting when I talk to someone of like my niece, for example, someone younger who's under the age of, I have a fucking, like, imagine how big my family is in the Philippines. I have not one, not two, not three. I have baby nieces, nephews. And obviously people are gonna say a weird shit about that just because. And yeah. First of all, I wanna blame the parents. I wanna talk about the parents who are not doing enough when it comes to forming connections with their kids and leaving their kids to their devices only for them to, like, yeah, get pulled into whatever realm it is that pulls them to, like, may it be this, that. It happens on Roblox. So yeah, unfortunately you can say, ban all the perverts, ban all this shit, shoo. That's not gonna do anything. It's just gonna help these people be more sneaky. They're just like a snake's They're gonna pretend to be a children, and then eventually, oh, I'm older. I kind of don't. I wouldn't. How would I say this? I wouldn't agree with some of the shows as well, trying to like make production around the whole thing. But I wouldn't blame them for doing this, because at this point, the fucking companies that are supposed to do the responsibility of moderating their whole communities are not doing the bare minimum to actually do shit, you know?
Anymore. Like, don't get me wrong, there are so many places where minors should not be online, and I feel like minors have access to too much online. But it is the responsibility of that adult YouTuber to not talk to teenagers. It is the responsibility of adults to not be creepy and get therapy instead. Online safety in 2024 is honestly showing itself to be a very important topic that I think should be a subject that is being taught at schools. Because genuinely, look at me and my half-blind ass face and try to explain to me why the hell somebody in their late 20s, early 30s, above that would want to reach out to a teenager for. Why? Why? To play Fortnite? To play Roblox? Okay, buddy. Now, I'm gonna end the video off here. Bad people are unfortunately out and about. You can obviously do the best that you can to try and protect your kids, nieces, nephews, sisters, brothers, cousins, but obviously something may still happen. You know what I mean? However,
Yeah.
digitally, there are more precautions that you can take, such as just being just pay a little more attention to who your children are talking to on the internet, because it's a
Foster a relationship where they could be open to you. Where they could, like, I don't care, sure, best friend. Like, I don't know, like, I wouldn't want to be my own, like, honestly, if I had kids, I wouldn't want to, I'd be their best friend until they go to school, I guess. But, yeah. Um, I'd want my kid to have their own sort of circles in life, you know, but at the same time be able to, like, at the end of the day, come home, be able to talk to me if there's any problems, if something's going on, rather than keeping it to themselves. And yeah, from my experience, that sort of behavior comes from how a parent reacts whenever there's something going on. Um yeah. Um Unfortunately, yeah, I think everyone needs a little bit of like responsible, like a little bit of like, yeah, everyone needs to be a little bit aware of things. People should be a little bit more aware of things, and yeah. Mm, I guess create that open, transparent forms of community. Like, you don't need to be really close to your, if you have nieces, anyone younger than you, anyone who's at that age who's consuming the internet, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying try to become their fucking best friend or something, but I think it's all about that ability to, like, if you notice anything like this, it's like, it's similar to that stranger danger. There's a lot of ways. It's all about that, like, telling them, communicating it to them, and I'm not saying control them, not saying monitor all activity and report, nothing like that. I'm just saying, like, allow them to, like, tell you if something's going on that's not right, like that trust. Hey,
cesspool at the moment. cesspool. Many people say don't go to the authorities because they don't do anything, and I completely understand that sentiment, so don't think I don't. However, you will not know if you don't try. You know, I'm 22 now, and I'm turning 23 in a couple of months, and
22.
And I'm kind of at a point in my life where what happened to me as a teenager is just another chapter in the book of Caitlin. You know, every day I'm trying my best to heal. You know, I don't have access to therapists or psychologists or anything because here in Australia, yeah, the mental health system is kind of weird. I'll be honest, I'm not brave enough to see a therapist or a psychologist yet. I feel very insecure, you know, about that. Although I am not fixed and I still have my down days, you know, just trying to do it all myself with the resources that I currently have, I am Caitlin. I know that I can and I will get through this because I've been through tougher storms. I've copped a flogging. I really have. That may not be the same for everybody. I know that people deal with their things their own special and unique way. Resources will be linked down in the description box below. Never be ashamed of what animalistic pieces of shit do to you, because that is not a reflection on you. It's a reflection on them. They're a shit cunt. I really wish that this kind of stuff would just stop happening to people in general, because you see so many of these stories coming out every single day and you're just like, I wish everyone was okay. You know, I wish people weren't weird. I wish creators and celebrities alike, they didn't get this huge platform just to take advantage of other people. I don't know, dude. I've been uncomfortable this entire video and I just kind of want it to be over, you know? So with all of that being said, everybody, I will see you all soon. Take care of yourselves and most of all, love your fucking selves.
Yeah, that just made me think of a lot of things. And yeah, I'm sorry if the video made you uncomfortable. Honestly, it kind of did. Like, it made me think about a lot of things myself, and I feel really bad that she's not yeah, I think it's all about finding that right therapist, the right person to actually like be able to understand you and go through what you're going through. Because yeah, it can be unfortunately you can't force treatment to someone. You can't force someone to do something if they don't want to. And yeah, personally, it took me a few years to start before I could start like therapy again. Took me a while, and I have a few things about Australia's healthcare system as well. One of them is the way they're covering the mental health care plan. Like, I just don't get why it's limited to 10. That is kind of insane. Given that they previously put it to 20 appointments. They were capping, putting caps on the amount of appointments you can rebate under the Medicare program. And previously on COVID, it was 20. Now it's fucking 10. They bring it back to 10. And yeah, unfortunately, I find myself trying to like fit that 10 appointments within the year. And obviously my therapist keeps saying, oh, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back. It's it's starting to feel like a whole and yeah, I think that yeah, it's making me feel like it's a whole money making scheme all over again, and unfortunately it's giving me those sort of thoughts in my head. But yeah, I just want to say this just for the record and that it's here. Yeah, Medicare needs to do better in terms to that stuff, like the mental health care plan. And yeah, with everything going up these days and the wages not keeping up, they better be doing something about that. Like, especially the current government. Um, and yeah, I want to see this. Um, derailing a train station.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my freaking god!
Oh, it's a truck.
Oh my god, are they okay?
Well, a teenager was just accused for derailing a train for a YouTube video. That was definitely not on my 2024 bingo card, but let's be real, not a lot of the other stuff was either. But today we're gonna take a look at the YouTube channel called Capital City Rail Productions, which is a small train spotting channel ran by a teenager in Nebraska. And allegedly, he wasn't only spotting, he was getting his hands a little dirty as well. Because in April 2024, in Bennett, Nebraska, a train went onto the wrong track and collided with a standstill cart, causing the train to derail. This YouTuber was conveniently there in the middle of nowhere with his camera set up on a tripod to film it all. Unfortunately, the derailment caused about $350,000 in damages, which sounds low. I would assume it would be way higher if you derail a train. But naturally, the teenager uploaded a whole video of this, and this is what he said happened.
I would like to take the time to set the stage for the fateful incident that we will be discussing today. On Sunday, April 21st, just after 7 p.m., a empty Arbor coal train was heading back from the Nebraska City Power Plant. As it passed through Bennett, it had a defective coal car that it needed to be taken out of the train. The crew decides to place it in the rib track just inside of Bennett, going across the main road, between the grain elevator and the main railroad crossing.
Okay, so I had to look up what these terms actually mean, but a rip track is a repair and place track. That is not the main or normal track, so what the prosecutors are alleging here is that the YouTuber did this. I couldn't really think of a better way to explain it than this trolley problem meme, but in this case, just ignore the people. Top one is the rip track, bottom one is the normal or the main track.
Okay. So it's just okay, yep. And then it allows you to, like, it's an alternative route, I'm assuming, that allows a train to go through the
YouTuber allegedly flipped the switch and moved the main train onto the rip track instead of letting it continue down the main track. And
so basically intrusive thoughts.
because it went onto the rip track, collided with that empty cart. What an incredibly stupid thing to do. Like, what is the upside here? A viral YouTube video? I guess that is the upside for a lot of the people we cover here, but still, the bar's low. I didn't realize we're just gonna keep going lower. But obviously, his story is a little bit different, though, so let's hear what he has to say.
The crew did this and set a switch in a manner that they can park the car, set up a portable derailleur, and then continue their journey. Unbeknownst to them, they completely neglected to reset the switch to its original position.
How would he know that? One would hope there's some protocols there to avoid that, but the fact that it happened in the first place shows that there's some things to address here.
On the evening of Monday the 22nd, just after 5 p.m., as I was driving home from work along Highway 2, there was a loaded Arbor that I spotted. The train came into Bennett just after 6 p.m. Unbeknownst to the crew of the loaded Arbor coal train, the switch was still set incorrectly. Meanwhile, the parked defective coal car remained stationary on its correct track as the loaded Arbor speeds along its route. It hurls towards the coal car, and with a deafening crash, the two trains collide, sending shock waves through the tranquil town. Despite the chaos, miraculously, the crew emerges from the collision completely unharmed, though undoubtedly shaken by the ordeal.
Yeah, I mean, that is probably horrifying as a conductor. Suddenly you just veer off the main track. It's not like you could just stop a freight train on a dime. But that was the teenager's side of the story, and obviously the train crashes, which he filmed.
Oh my freaking god!
Oh my freaking god!
Oh my god, are they okay? Oh my god. Okay, so this Arbor just hit a defective car, apparently, and is now on the ground. Badly. Here. Switch was thrown wrong. It looks like they hit a derail or something.
Again, how does he know this on the spot? I get that he probably lives for trains and it's not impossible for him.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, who is this video? Like, is this the kid who did the? I'm just confused now. Like, thinking about it, like, I'm just getting more and more confused. Like, wait, think. So who? So is it the YouTuber who did switch the rail?
Him to know, but it's definitely
just like,
suspicious. And
yeah.
that's exactly what the
What is
prosecutors
going
thought as well.
on?
So here in an NBC News article, it says a Nebraska teenager has been charged with 2 felony counts of criminal mischief after he was accused of causing a train to derail, recording the crash and posting the video on YouTube, according to court records. The 17-year-old was charged in Lancaster County Juvenile Court on Wednesday, but prosecutors have filed a motion to have the case transferred to adult court. That would be really bad for him. An investigator with BNSF Railway said in court documents that the teenager alerted authorities to the derailment and asked the investigator who arrived what caused the crash. He is accused of tampering with a rail and causing 2 locomotives and 5 loaded BNSF cars to jump the rails in Bennett on April 21st. My birthday, let's go. So I was
happy
celebrating my
birthday.
27th birthday, and this kid was derailing trains in Nebraska. The more you know. While the rail cars remain upright, one crashed into an empty coal car, causing $350,000 in damage. An investigator for the rail company said in court records, the train conductor told a BNSF investigator that the misaligned switch led to the crash, and the padlock that was supposed to be attached to the switch was missing. You're telling me a switch to derail a train is guarded with a padlock? Okay, we'll get back to that. The teenager who reported the derailment to authorities approached an investigator after the crash and asked what caused it. When the investigator said it was undetermined, he responded that obviously a switch was flipped the wrong way. According to court records, he told the investigator that he was a train enthusiast and showed him the video he had shot of the derailment. The teen denied trespassing in the area and tampering with the switch, but the investigator pointed out the documents that he knew where the switch was and how it worked, naturally. Authorities later discovered that a tripod had been set up near the accident site just 4 minutes before the train derailed. 4 minutes. So it's not like he was there all day. 4 minutes before the crash. This is not looking good, but it's about to get worse for him. So I found another article that goes a little bit more into detail. When authorities said they did not know the cause of the derailment, the boy said obviously a switch was flipped the wrong way. An investigator with BNSF Railway found the padlock supposed to be attached to the switch was missing, indicating tampering. But 3 days later, a BNSF investigator obtained CCTV footage showing a 1996 Buick Park Avenue in the vicinity with the same teenager walking towards the switch at the south end of the tracks. According to the affidavit, the teen was later recorded returning to his vehicle. Okay, so they have him 3 days prior to the event, going up to the switch and I guess messing around with it. Then they have him 4 minutes before the train wreck, him setting up his tripod and camera, aiming it at the correct spot. It doesn't look good for him at all. Okay, so they're currently filing a motion to transfer the case to adult court. And if they succeed in doing so, his punishment can increase substantially. So if they actually succeed, it's up to a $20,000 fine, the cost of the damages, and up to 20 years in prison for each count. Currently, he's facing 2 times criminal mischief charges, which each can result in a fine up to $125,000 and or up to 5 years in prison for each count. So my understanding is he's currently facing 10 years in prison currently. But my main question is, how can this happen? How is it so easy to derail a train? It is the same difficulty, apparently, to derail a train as it is to steal a bike. If it's all protected by a padlock, like a $30 trip to Home Depot.
Yeah, as far as I think some safety like policies like requires you to have some sort of keys to like put whenever you're like operating some sort of high risk machinery. So yeah. Eesh. People this is an example of someone trying to chase the clout and is willing to do anything to chase the clout. Oh, what? Show me, send it to me, big guy. It's crazy.
for some cutters, and just like that, you can apparently derail a train? Really? Clearly, we're living in way more of a trust-based society than we realize. Like, we're just gonna trust that some train enthusiast kid isn't gonna go derail a train. Thankfully, it wasn't a passenger train. That could have been a whole lot worse. Now, I'm surprised there's not more security on key infrastructure like that, especially around our railroads. There have been quite a few rail derailings now that have really like started to show and expose how outdated our rail infrastructure is. So maybe we need to start updating that sooner than later. If not, apparently the train enthusiast kids are gonna keep derailing our trains. I say that like it's happened before. No, I haven't seen that headline before. Normally a train just derails from outdated tracks, from what I can tell. Most common
Human error.
way
There's a
for
lot.
trains to derail. Yeah, the most common reason for derailing is broken or cracked rails. Then you have road vehicles at level crossings, and then third place is malicious persons placing materials on the rails. So what's actually not listed here is train enthusiast kids flipping the switch, throwing the train onto the rip
Ha
track.
ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'm gonna end that now. He was gonna make a joke. Oh, Sydney Watson. Oh. Oh my god, there's more of the Vita drama. Oh my god. I can't believe I'm witnessing a Vista Beast drama. Like real time. Okay, let me see what the AI shit.
Demand has never been higher for these racks and racks of powerful servers feeding the internet's insatiable appetite for computing in the cloud.
The reality is that the cloud is not up there somewhere. It's right here. We are in it. You're in the middle of the cloud as we speak.
And data centers like this can't...
What? They're not real clouds? My phone! I'm kidding. I know.
ever stop. Streaming, social media, photo storage, and more recently, and requiring much more data, training and running chatbots, like OpenAI's ChatGPT, Google's Gemini, and Microsoft's Copilot.
And you can feel the heat coming off of these.
Thanks to the generative AI race, data centers like this are springing up as quickly as companies like Vantage can build them. And that means demand for power to run them and cool them is through the roof too.
If we don't start thinking about this power problem differently now, we're never going to see the stream we have or the potential we have of this amazing technology that can truly change our lives.
One ChatGPT query takes nearly 10 times as much energy as a typical Google search, and as much energy as keeping a 5-watt LED bulb on for an hour. Generating an AI image can use as much power as charging your smartphone.
So imagine how much power would that be if someone ended up like dating an AI, turning them into their boyfriends or girlfriends or something. Wait, is it like, like, wouldn't you just want to talk to a random person on Omegle or something? Oh, wait, chat roulette or something? Like,
Hyperscalers building data centers to accommodate AI have seen emissions skyrocket. And this problem isn't new. Estimates way back in 2019 found training one large language model produced as much CO2 as the entire lifetime of 5 gas-powered cars. And even if we can generate enough power, our aging grid is increasingly unable to handle the load.
If you look at the peak demand during the summertime, if the data center don't reduce their load, there could be a blackout.
I think, yeah, there were some, like, I think there was a Donald Trump versus and the Jesus Christ AI. I think I've seen that one too.
With the looming question of whether we'll have enough power for the widespread adoption of
and they're making money.
Generative AI, CNBC visited a data center in Silicon Valley to see those massive compute loads firsthand and talk to those at the center of the problem to find out what can be done. There are more than 8,000 data centers globally, with the highest concentration in the US, but it's not enough.
But we suspect that the amount of demand that we'll see from AI-specific applications will be as much or more than we've seen historically from cloud computing.
The AI frenzy has data center demand rising 15 to 20% every year through 2030. And as companies like Vantage build more and more, getting enough power is key. Data centers could reach a whopping 16% of total US power consumption by 2030, according to one report, up from just 2.5% before
Oh shit, I
ChatGPT hit the
forgot to
scene in
drink water.
2022. That's the equivalent of about 2/3 of the total homes in the US. Natural gas is expected to fuel the majority of this, and utilities will need to invest some $50 billion to support the growth.
Data centers that probably around 64 megawatts for the building itself. Many of those are being taken up by single customers. They'll have the entirety of the space leased to them. And as we think about AI applications, those numbers can grow quite significantly beyond that into hundreds of megawatts.
64 megawatts, 100 megawatts, how many homes, on average with that power?
Tens of thousands of homes per data center's worth of power.
Yeah, and they're not like, I'm assuming they're not, most of them are, no matter how much like, what do you call this? No matter how much cells, wait, what do you call that? The panels, the thing on the top of the fucking rooftop with the blue shit that reflects on the sun. I forgot what it's called. Fuck. Solar panels, that's it, solar panels. No matter how much solar panels, I'd assume that wouldn't be enough unless there would be some sort of technology that would harness more of the sun, Am I making any sense? Or I don't know, I don't think I'm making any sense.
Many big
I'll
tech
just shut
companies
up.
contract with companies like Vantage to house their servers, but the needs of some have grown so much that many have been
Oh.
building their own data centers.
Thank you.
For Google and Microsoft, this has directly translated
Thank
to
you
soaring
for
emissions.
confirming.
Google's latest environmental report says greenhouse gas emissions rose nearly 50% from 2019 to 2023.
Oh, that is true. I didn't think about that.
In part because of data center energy consumption. Although it adds its data centers are 1.8 times as energy efficient as a typical data center. Microsoft's emissions rose nearly.
What if data centers around the world could turn their data centers off at night, and then on the other like areas where it's daytime, they could like turn themselves on? Oh, that would be too much, wouldn't it? That would be too. I don't know. I don't know if that's making sense, because like, yeah, I'm assuming a lot of computers around the world are on idle or something at this point, or is being used in like being used in addition to like, I don't know how I'm thinking this. I'm like, yeah, if they could just blend in with the people actually being productive on the computer throughout the world, that way it could like, it's powerful there, and then with the sun. Is that maybe I'm
30%
just
from
I'm
2020
thinking
to
like a
2024
weirdo?
due to data centers designed and optimized to support AI workloads. Power needs are so high that some plans to close coal-fired power plants are being put on hold, like in Kansas City, where Meta is building an AI-focused data center.
So you to never really stop the AI computing from growing. So they will do whatever they can to get the power capacity.
One approach, building data centers where power is more plentiful.
The industry itself is looking for places where there is either proximate access to renewables, either wind or solar, and other infrastructure that can be leveraged, whether it be part of an incentive program to convert what would have been a coal-fired plant into natural gas, or increasingly looking at ways in which
AI. Why would they use like coal plants? Yada yada. I mean, nuclear. I think nuclear is being nuclear power is something that's being discussed in Australia at the moment. A lot of people are starting to change their opinions about nuclear. There's a number, I wouldn't say a lot, but a number of people, given Australia's current geographic climate, and like how they could basically just place one in the middle. And yeah, that would be a good way to like that would be like considering the amount of electricity they would be making.
to offtake power from nuclear facilities.
Santa Clara, where we visited Vantage, has long been one of the nation's hotspots for clusters of data centers near data-hungry clients. NVIDIA's headquarters was visible from the roof. Now, Vantage is building in places like Columbus, Ohio, and Atlanta, Georgia.
In Northern California, we're seeing a bit of a slowdown in terms of where data centers are deployed because of the lack of availability of power from the utilities here in this area.
On the flip side of bringing data centers where the power is, some AI companies and data centers are experimenting with ways to generate their own power right on site. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has been vocal about this need. He recently invested in a solar startup that makes shipping container-sized modules that include both the panels and power storage in one. Altman's also invested in nuclear fission startup Oklo that aims to make mini nuclear reactors housed in A-frame structures, and in nuclear fusion startup Helion. Microsoft also signed a deal with Helion last year to start buying its fusion electricity in 2028. And Google's partnered with a geothermal startup that says its next plant will harness enough power from deep underground to run a large data center. Even data centers themselves are starting to generate their own power.
Which Vantage has done, for example, in Virginia, where over the course of the last year, we deployed a 100 megawatt natural gas power plant to support a dedicated data center for one of our customers there. We're self-contained, and we're delivering power to the data center that we have there, and it doesn't touch the public grid at all.
Even when enough power can be generated, the aging grid is often ill-equipped to handle transmitting it, and that's where grid hardening comes in.
With concentrations of data centers in particular areas, there tends to put somewhat more pressure on the grid in terms of delivering that much power in those locations.
In an area of Northern Virginia known as Data Center Alley, servers process an estimated 70% of the world's internet traffic each day. At one point in 2022, the power company there had to pause new data center connections as it struggled to keep up with demand.
Basically, during the peak hour, we either ask the residents to turn off their AC, or we ask the AI company to stop their training.
Vantage, as an example, voluntarily supports a load shedding program such that when the utility knows that they're going to have a constraint based on high temperatures, people need to run their air conditioners, we voluntarily come off the grid. We run our own generators during that time in order to ensure that power is available for everybody.
The bottleneck often occurs in getting power from the site where it's generated to where it's consumed. One solution is to add hundreds or even thousands of miles of new transmission lines. But those projects, like one $5.2 billion effort to expand lines to Data Center Alley, have been met with opposition from local ratepayers who don't want to see their bills go up to fund the project.
It is a part of the solution to increase the capacity from the grid side, but that's very costly and very time consuming. And sometimes the cost is just passed down to residents in terms of their utility bill increase.
Another solution is to use predictive software to reduce failures at one of the grid's weakest points, the transformer.
All electricity generated must go through a transformer. And that's primarily its function, connects two sides of electrical circuits together. There are 60 to 80 million transformers in the US alone.
The average transformer in the US is 38 years old, so the aging devices have become a common cause for power outages, and replacing them is expensive and slow.
So we have this tiny little sensor. It's 2-inch diameter, 1-inch thickness, about half the size of a hockey puck. And we essentially glue it on the outside of a transformer.
VI software can then predict failures and determine which transformer can handle more load so it can be shifted away from those at risk of failure. It's being installed in high power demand areas, like part of Mongolia, where data centers are coming online. VI says business has tripled since ChatGPT came on the scene in 2022.
And what we're hearing in 2024, that we might double or triple again next year.
Wow.
A large reason we need more power and a more reliable grid for generative AI is to keep its servers cool. All the servers generate an immense amount of hot air, and cooling them down with air or water keeps them from overheating so they can keep running 24/7. The problem is, AI is projected to withdraw more water annually by 2027 than 4 times all of Denmark.
Everybody's worried about AI being energy intensive. We can solve that when we get off our ass and stop being such idiots about nuclear, right? That's solvable. Water is the fundamental limiting factor to what is coming in terms of AI.
I was quite shocked when I saw the number of AI computing's water needs.
Xiaolei Ren's been studying data center efficiency for over a decade. His research team found that every 10 to 50 ChatGPT prompts can burn through what you'd find in a standard 16-ounce water bottle. Training takes even more power and generates even more heat, as it learns by accessing all the data constantly being added to the entire internet. Training GPT-3 in Microsoft's US data centers can directly evaporate 700,000 liters of clean fresh water,
wow.
with global AI demand accountable for up to 6.6 billion cubic meters of water withdrawal by 2027.
How much more do fucking these data centers are like fucking throughout all these years, right? Wow. So maybe AI needs to be more efficient rather like, is it gonna be efficient or is it gonna be better but at more like resources basically?
More than 4 times the total
Also, I gotta
annual
be-
withdrawal of all of
I'm gonna
Denmark.
keep playing that
In
now.
drought-ridden
I'm just
Chile,
gonna
the
be
government partially reversed Google's permit to build a data center there, following public outcry about water usage. And it's facing similar backlash to planned data centers in Uruguay too.
There are technologies that are used in certain parts of the industry that do consume water in order to cool data centers through evaporative cooling. That tends to be very efficient from a power perspective. It tends to be very inefficient from a water use perspective. And so Vantage's design from the beginning really has been to avoid using water at all costs.
Instead, Vantage uses dozens of gigantic air conditioning units on the roof.
There's a combination of air handling and cooling towers at the top there, where the condenser coils allow heat that's coming up from the hot aisles that we were looking at inside the data hall, and then to be converted back into the chilled water loop and brought back down into those critical air handlers.
Microsoft has halted a radical project that tried keeping its servers cool by submerging them under the ocean. Another solution is using cool liquid directly on chips to cool them, rather than the inefficient process of cooling air with water.
People are working on a whole bunch of things like direct-to-chip cooling, for example, which would radically reduce the amount of water that's needed. But the speed at which this is building makes it very challenging indeed.
So there's a lot of talk in the industry right now in support of AI, moving from air, which is moving around us, to water, or liquid that can be brought to the chip itself in order to cool it in a much more efficient way. But for a lot of data centers, that requires an enormous amount of retrofit. In our case, Advantage, about 6 years ago, we deployed a design that would allow for us to tap into that cold water loop here on the data hall floor.
There is one broader approach to solving AI's massive problem of water and power: lessen the amount of compute it needs. In other words, get more work per watt.
It all comes back to, how do I get more done with the power supply I have?
ScaleFlux makes memory and storage devices for data centers,
Maybe you should start out off big
focused
guy.
on power savings.
Data compression, it can be very slow, latency adding, and power hungry if you try to do it in general purpose cores like Intel or AMD x86 processors. When you put it into a hardware state machine, it can be done orders of magnitude faster and more efficiently, more power efficient.
The key alternative to those power-hungry x86 cores are ARM-based specialized processors. ARM got its start making low-powered chips that maximized the battery life of early mobile phones.
Saving every last bit of power is going to be a fundamentally different design than when you're trying to maximize the performance. And so it could be something as simple as how we access our memory. It can be simple as how we access data. But every moment of that architecture is thought of as power first.
Now, ARM makes all sorts of chips, including Neoverse for data centers. And as AI takes off, ARM's power efficiency has made it increasingly popular with tech giants like Google, Microsoft, Oracle, and Amazon.
I have here AWS Graviton. And AWS Graviton saves 60% power versus competitive architectures.
NVIDIA's latest AI chip,
Why?
unveiled in March, Grace Blackwell, uses ARM-based CPUs that it says can run Gen AI models on 25 times less power. And ARM says a data center filled with its chips can use 15% less power because of lower compute needs.
If you think about the scale of data centers, 15%
I mean, yeah,
is
that's
almost
possible.
2
Fair,
billion
fair.
ChatGPT queries. Think about that. We can light 20% of American households with just that 15% savings.
And companies like Apple, Samsung, and Qualcomm have been touting the benefits of doing AI on device, a huge energy savings for each
Yeah, I'm
query
not
kept
sure.
off the cloud,
Like, yeah, I
off
mean,
of
yeah,
servers like the
cryptocurrency was a big thing back then because but I think cryptocurrency is like, yeah, because of how diverse it is now and all that stuff. Some of them are like being hosted in cold places around the world, I've heard. Um, but yeah, overall computers eat up a lot of our like resources, unfortunately. And if there was a way, I hope there is some sort of way to like at least like make that renewable, like the whole process renewable as much as possible, like where it doesn't have to consume resources as much as possible, or at least it keeps regenerating on its own, if that makes sense.
perhaps giving data centers time to build more and catch up to AI's insatiable appetite for power.
Everybody will build the data centers that they can, and we'll have as much AI as those data centers will support. And it may be less than what people aspire to, but ultimately, there's a lot of people working on finding ways to unthrottle some of those supply constraints, but definitely a lot of growth ahead in this industry.
Oh, are you guys ready for some Vita beat, Vita beat, Vita beat, Vita beat, Vita beat drama, Vita beat, Vita beat drama, Vita beat, Vita beat drama.
Yeah, I would say I'm surprised, but I'm not.
Apparently,
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back.
I think
to
this is
hell.
the girl who, because yeah, they had a show or something. Mr. Beast drama.
And today it is hell indeed. Now, I have been paying close attention
Sponsored.
to the Chris
Skip.
Tyson
Yes.
drama as it's all unfolded over the last number of weeks, I guess you could say now, because I wanted to cover it in a deep dive type of video, because I knew that the original allegations weren't going to be the start and end of the situation. I knew it was going to get worse because these situations always do. So with that in mind, I wanted to express something that has been really bothering me since I started looking into this and collecting all of my bits and pieces. For those of you who have no idea who Chris Tyson is and don't know what I'm talking about, Tyson was formerly a member of the Mr. Beast.
Maybe Chris Tyson and Mr. Beast are in a relationship. Ooh. It's gonna be a random. Oh my god. There's gonna be a whole new worms. And oh my god, I'm living. This is worth it than our $30 like Apple TV subscription. Like fuck that shit. Cancel. I'm gonna subscribe to this shit. Drama.
YouTube team, and the best friend of Jimmy Donaldson, who happens to be Mr. Beast. Back in 2023, Tyson came out as transgender and eventually began identifying as a woman.
I am a woman. Oh shit! Ah, she heard.
About a month ago, a YouTube video.
Yeah, that's weird. That's not how What reality dating show do you watch? Oh my god, don't tell me you watched the Married
Video
at
was
First
uploaded by a
Sight?
user called Prism42, who made some pretty serious allegations that Tyson had been having inappropriate interactions, relations with a
Oh, I like Come Dine With Me. Too hot to handle. Oh, too hot to handle. Wild and free. Never heard of that. Never heard of
13-year-old boy when Tyson
Check
was
it out.
around 20. The pair allegedly also met up 3 years later when the boy was 16. Because what 22, 23-year-old man doesn't want to hang out with a 16-year-old? Like, come on, guys. It's so obvious. Everybody wants that.
Everybody wants this.
The information in that video ended up popping off and got picked up by a bunch of other YouTubers, and over the last few weeks, more and more information has come to light, some of which is fully unsubstantiated, but there's enough here that we can deduce that our friend has some serious.
My friend made a school threat and might give me his kids because he's grounded for life. LOL! What the? You for real? Yeah, it was crazy. LOL. Did the school expel him? Kissy face. Of course, Dad. This is the best Snapchat. What?
Serious issues. Essentially, all of this boils
Okay.
down to the
Ooh.
fact that Chris
Is that the
Tyson has been
prequel?
having inappropriate, explicit interactions with teenage boys
fun
for
if you're
years
watching
and
it.
years and years.
Chris Dyson from Mr. Beast used me, manipulated me, and did very inappropriate things with me while I was about 15 years old. I was actually
Wow.
friends with Lava GS at the time, who is the main victim of
Okay. See you later. I'm gonna extend a little bit because yeah, I kinda went late a tiny bit. I'm so sorry about being Mama. Yeah, I was kinda late because I had to take a shower and all that shit. So I'm just gonna watch this
Chris
shit.
that everyone has been talking about these last few days, who claims he isn't a victim, but we all know he is, and we all know he probably got paid off.
This is the least surprising thing I have found out this week. But you want to know what? Now, all of this on its own is obviously incredibly bad. But the thing that I feel like is getting glossed over quite a lot in all of this is that terrible
Why don't you
behavior
go watch
typically
your
doesn't
show?
happen in a vacuum. Meaning, typically, people who are around an individual who is doing questionable, terrible things are often aware of all of
I'll
that
see ya
to
in
some
a second.
extent. And I know this because I have worked in media and in content creation land for a number of years, and I have seen firsthand with my own eyeballs what people are willing to excuse or overlook or refuse to act on simply because it's inconvenient or because they want to use the bad person in question to further their own career, or just because that person might be part of a protected group or a group of people who you can't say anything about. It's almost like there are so many open secrets about particular personalities, e-people, e-celebrities, whatever,
secrets. Mhm.
that people just know, but nobody says or does anything about. And it's so bizarre, especially because there are these people who do things out in the open. They behave this way out in the open. And again, there's just no repercussions. Like, we have eyes. We see what you're doing. So with that said, I genuinely believe that is what is happening here with this Chris Tyson situation. I'm gonna try to be gentle in the way that I articulate myself here for a couple reasons. The primary ones being that I don't know these people personally, obviously, but I do know quite a bit about the industry and I have seen things firsthand, so I feel like I can speak pretty definitively from that vantage point. But also I feel like there's a lot of information already that's come out that we can kind of start making some value judgments. And secondly, the reason for the gentleness is because YouTube has apparently been age restricting and monetizing people who have no words to say about both Chris and Mr. Beast, who I'm just gonna call Donaldson because it's easier. And maybe he won't flag in the YouTube system, who's to say? Can't imagine why YouTube would be doing weird things to protect the biggest players on the platform. Imagine that. Crazy. Total mystery why YouTube does these things.
YouTube.
Anyway, very early on when all of this was starting to gain traction, particularly on X/Twitter, another former Mr. Beast employee and friend called Jake Franklin tweeted that Jimmy Donaldson knew all along. When Donaldson eventually made his own statement about the situation a few days later, he said, "Over the last few days, I've become aware of the serious allegations of Tyson's behavior online, and I am disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. During that time, I have been focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure I have all the facts. That said, I've seen enough online to take immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel, and any association with MrBeast. I do not condone or support any of the inappropriate actions. I will allow the independent investigators the necessary time to conduct a comprehensive investigation and will take any further actions based on their findings. And here's the thing, that very well might have been the case. This entire group of people who work alongside Tyson genuinely might not know, might not have known about the ins and outs of the behavior being displayed, about interacting with these minors, and all of the other allegations and criticisms and accusations that are likely going to continue to come out as the days pass. But I sincerely, sincerely doubt that. Donaldson and Tyson were best friends, and maybe they still are. They even started the MrBeast YouTube channel together. Their friendship group, because of the channel and its content, were spending an inordinate amount of time together, rooming together. They were part of the same Discord server, where Tyson was having public conversations about inappropriate material with these minors. And having public conversations about inappropriate material.
Chris the meme god. Just put my nudes in NSFW. I locked the NSFW channel yesterday for only gods. What do you guys think? Should I open it back up and also add discount mode? Can you give a virtual gorilla god role? I cannot. I would need a role over god to give the god role. My apologies, friend. If I guess I'll do it. Don't have my mouse and keyboard. You can use your fucking phone, I think. God, that next time porn. You and I, peasants porn. No, I ain't no bitch.
With these minors. And actually, speaking of the Discord server, there was a leak of.
Oh, I would have checked that out. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to all of the victims. I hope you're getting as much help. I'm not like I'm celebrating because they're being caught, not because that happened. Okay. Is that real, or is I'm kind of worried. What if this is like nasty things? I'm gonna double check. Oh, it's a library of like nasty things. Find all the files. Basically it has like meet Zim Zim. Basically has a library of like conversations and they go outside. Not really sure what this is.
A lot of these messages and interactions, and we can see in these messages that Donaldson is also in there making jokes and mucking around, discussing Tyson's nether regions and what have you. Whether or not these jokes between Tyson and Donaldson are spicy but largely innocuous, there were minors in that group. Minors engaging like this, and it looks like a number of personalities on the MrBeast team were also in there interacting. It is actually remarkably easy to not text minors inappropriately. You just don't do it. It's like that simple. It's also worth noting that Donaldson and Tyson at one time lived together, and during that time, Tyson had hung a piece of artwork on the wall that he commissioned from an infamous artist called Shadman.
Oh yes.
Shadman is known for creating extremely graphic images, often depicting young girls. This guy is also like just a whole issue unto himself. I don't want to get into it. The image Tyson commissioned shows what appears to be a young girl dressed in very little clothing, putting a gun in her mouth. She also has a reference to large black male man pickles tattooed on her leg. I don't know how to say that in a YouTube-friendly way. But anyway, this is the image that Tyson decided to put in his home. And there is a video on the MrBeast channel where we can see on camera very clearly this piece of artwork, and Donaldson is sitting only a short distance away from it. Like, it's in plain sight. It's right there. Probably a meter away from your head. And you didn't know. Okay. It's probably worth noting that if you want to go and watch this with your own eyes and you go and find this specific MrBeast video, they've actually deleted about 2 minutes of footage from the video, so they've removed the part in question that demonstrates all of this, but there's a lot of these clips and stills and whatnot floating around on X or Twitter. In an abundance of caution as well, I've also just blurred and deleted everything, not because I don't think you guys can handle seeing what's on screen, but because I don't want to give YouTube more reasons to be unkind. So there's that. Anyway, apparently when Tyson went to meet with the 16-year-old I mentioned at the beginning of this video, another MrBeast personality was with him. Not to mention, Tyson was also making public tweets expressing his weird and terrible ideas and attractions publicly. So reasonably, if this is what he was saying openly and on the internet, what else was he expressing privately? So through all of this, I genuinely don't understand how the assertion can be made that these men had absolutely no idea what Tyson was doing and what this behavior looked like. And even beyond Tyson's immediate circle, there are plenty of people who have recently stepped up and tried to put distance between themselves and these allegations and this situation and this person. A good example of this is Finster. I think that's how that's pronounced. I'm not sure. Anyway, this is another E person who I also think is trans, but maybe not. So, yeah, so there's that. Who released a 16-minute video that essentially said, I had no idea this was happening.
Many of you know about the Ava Chris Tyson situation, and if you don't, the main plot line is that she was both publicly and privately talking inappropriately to a minor. If you're someone that looked up to Ava, I get it. 90% of what's out there is just people throwing slurs and lying about things. I get that you want to immediately jump to a defense. I'm obviously not going to be doing that. But from the perspective of someone that used to be a fairly close friend, let's go through what she said and did so you get context of the situation and you'll understand why I'm distancing myself and you'll see a bunch of other people distancing themselves too. I don't know if you can tell by the dead look in my eyes here, but I didn't exactly see this news coming.
Which again, I don't buy it. I'm sorry. This is the second time in Finster's career that these allegations have come out about somebody that Finster is friends with, and the response has always been, oh, I didn't know. I genuinely don't want to get into the guilt by association territory too much here because there's obvious problems with that, but like, come on. My primary point here is that people are popping up all over the place to do a whole bunch of ass covering to say that they didn't know about Tyson, that they were blindsided, despite the utter impossibility of them having not known the entire time. It genuinely does not make sense to me. I think the reason why I care so much about this and why this has made me so mad is because, well, for obvious reasons. Number one, on this channel we have talked a lot about child safeguarding and about the awful people that exist in society who harm young people and how much I hate those people. But also from like a personal vantage point of working in media for what, 5-6 years now and being in content creation for the same amount of time, I have just seen firsthand the overwhelming terribleness that other content creators, other people in the industry are willing to overlook because it's either advantageous for them to overlook it in the sense of, you know, like social climbing or getting further ahead in the industry, or just because like it's inconvenient to say something. It's inconvenient to them to speak out, to call somebody out, or at least just, you know, you don't have to necessarily out somebody publicly. You can just seriously distance yourself and pull away from them and not have any sort of relationship with these people. And so I guess I find all of that, oh, I didn't know, so disingenuous because it's like these people wait until the hammer drops and then they turn around and have something to say, but it's largely just because they're doing a bunch of ass covering. And the thing is, these situations are almost always a lot worse than what is floating to the surface publicly. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think another component to this that's really frustrating is that sometimes people get canceled and called out when they've done something that's not necessarily innocuous, but is just not that big of a deal. Maybe something icky, but it's just not that bad. And they're chased off the internet, they're attacked and denigrated and whatever. But people who do legitimately heinous things, for some reason, I don't know why this is, they just fly under the radar and nobody knows. And the people who do know just keep their mouth shut. The why? So to bring this back to this Mr. Beast debacle, this situation 100% extends beyond Tyson's immediate colleagues and friends. It also concerns all of the other creators who likely knew or had an inkling or who had heard some things, who said nothing at the time but now are coming out with these lukewarm responses. All of it just makes me so mad. There are undoubtedly so many conversations that need to be had about not only Tyson's behavior, but this behavior in general. We also probably need to talk about this trend in media where people either run interference for terrible people or just patently ignore terrible behavior because it would be very inconvenient for them to call it out. But we can't do any of that, especially in this case, because the allegations concern somebody who is transgender. And when that's the case, that becomes the primary concern. That is the primary focal point of the discussion rather than the actual issue.
Yeah, rather than the actual, yeah, exactly. Which is like, yeah, let's condemn the action first. Like, let's not like go there. Because, yeah, this, like, obviously we've seen it from Maxwell. Like, the whole, what's his name? I forgot his name. But, the guy who killed himself, apparently. What's his name? I forgot his name, but yeah.
At hand. So rather than calling a spade and discussing the situation as it should be discussed, it all starts to revolve around being sensitive to the transgender person in question, to using their correct pronouns and not misgendering them and not being offensive, lest everything that you say be written off completely because you're a bigoted transphobe. You can't be offensive, you can't misgender, and you can't talk about this in a way that makes a certain protected community look bad. And it's honestly terrible. And jokes aside, that genuinely adds an entire level of censorship to these type of situations, where people have to be more careful about how they're articulating themselves than just talking about something as it should be discussed, because if they don't get it 100% correct and they make the LGBTs upset, then their entire sentiment is disregarded. So in the end, what I'm trying to say here is that Tyson's behavior is not new, but also the covering up or the excusing it or the saying, oh, I didn't know any better, like I couldn't have done anything because I didn't know, is also not new, and it's an active problem in these kind of creative fields. And just to be perfectly clear here about two things predominantly, number one being, I'm not asking that internet personalities or online entertainment people be perfect figures. I'm not suggesting that all of us as human beings don't have a past, don't have things that we've done and said that we think about when we're trying to lay in bed at night going to sleep, but it's just like there and you're just thinking about how stupid you are and you can't work out why you did that. Not asking them to not have personal lives, not asking them to have things that they would rather keep private, not even saying that every single dumb thing that they've ever done or said should be public. In fact, I don't think that that should be the case at all. But we are largely, as human beings, just, imperfect creatures that wander around in search of sugar. But it does make me incredibly
Sugar, that's true.
Angry when other people wander around saying that they had absolutely no idea about somebody's behavior when the chances of that actually being the case are slim to none. Especially considering that if you are a terrible person doing terrible things and other people are aware of it, especially if you don't even try to hide it, people are going to find out. And that's the sort of thing that I feel like audiences should probably be aware of, because why are you following people? Why are you giving money to people? Why are you engaging with people who are heinous creatures? And the second thing is that I firmly believe that there is a time and a place for edgy humor, by and large, where people do and say things that maybe I personally don't find particularly funny. Maybe it's a little bit offensive, but you know what? At the end of the day, if they're not doing anything illegal, well, let them have their terrible, terrible jokes. And I don't think it's necessarily right to indict people because they are having these type of edgy weird humor situations with their adult friends, especially in private. But when you're doing this crap with 13, 14-year-olds, completely different story. Ultimately, I am not trying to argue for a moment that just because somebody gets found out to be a terrible human being, that means that every single person in their orbit knew that was the case. However, with relation to the Chris Tyson situation, I would be unbelievably surprised to find out that many of the people orbiting this individual weren't fully aware of the way that this individual behaves and many of the things that this individual has done. I don't buy it, I don't believe it, and like I've already said, this is genuinely a problem in the media space, and I don't think that it's going to go away anytime soon. So there you go, team. That's my opinion on this particular component of this particular situation. And obviously, I just have a personal feeling about this just based on all the things that I've seen. And if you are interested in me making a longer, more deep divey video into this entire situation, I would be more than happy to do so, but I figured I would put that ball in your court and you guys can tell me if it's of interest to you or not. But otherwise, my next video will be out in a couple of days, so stay tuned for that and we will get back on our regularly scheduled programming. And of course, before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder to check out in video using the link in the description. I think it's totally worth doing if you're interested in getting.
Yeah, all I can say, nothing. Nothing. I don't know. I hope the people who are affected by the behavior that these people have created must. What am I saying? Oh my god! I hope the people who have the people who are affected. I hope they're getting as much help as they can. That's all that we should think of. The people who are affected, and the person who did all this behavior. Honestly, I'm gonna be yeah. I'm gonna be more skeptical of him now. That now that I'm seeing what sort of people he's accepting around his circles, and the ethics of his whole channel. But yeah, I'm gonna show myself here because just want to say I'm really thankful for you guys for what the hell, subscribing 3 times in a row. Like, what the hell? I'm just so happy to see that. Thank you so much for making my day. Yeah, I'm usually on. Oh yeah. Um, if you're subscribed and you're not on my Discord server, you might as well join because you'll get special perks being there as well. I'm trying to make like some sort of photo dumps. It's full of my face, but I'm sorry. I guess I won't. I'll stop putting my face on it. I'll try putting other things like pictures of um I don't know, pictures of places I go to or whatever. Um Also, yeah. Thank you so much for the people who have chatted with me today. I really appreciate it. Um I'll be here tomorrow.